Let's get nuts.
Ow, what is happening, guys? It is Friday. We have made it through another week. How you guys doing? How's it going, guys? How we doing? Everybody good out there? Yo, what is happening? Cheers. What is up? All right, who's out there? Let's get toasty. There you go. See, you got it right. You got it right. Definitely do. And I don't know if you like I said with the vodka stream pre-show, I said I was gonna do like a different angle, as opposed to like how I had it before. And this is actually just a lot easier. And I think it's I kind of like this angle a little bit better. I don't know. I think it's a lot more comfortable. But hopefully you guys are digging it. Anyways, who's out there? What is up? We got Jason. What's up, buddy? You're psyched for Ray, as everybody should be. Everybody should be. All right. And then he goes, all right, cool. You like the, yeah. I mean, it's essentially the same setup-esque, but it's just a different angle where I don't have to move everything out to this part of the room right here. And I was like, yeah, makes it a little bit easier, And I thought, I thought this angle was cool because I've been shooting some stuff. I mean, obviously I shot like, the casual Batman stuff. I shot it, kind of from this angle. And then there's something else I shot from this angle that hopefully will be up this weekend. And yeah, for sure. Cheers, Mr. Alex Lobo. What is up? Hey, we got Max from Chicago. How you doing? Thank you. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that the interview with Frank Grillo. He was a delight for sure. And then of course I just posted my WandaVision spoiler review, which, had expressed my major gripe with that. I'm sure we'll talk about it with the boys on the panel when that's coming up. But yeah, we'll do that. What is going on? We got BT. We got Bradley. What's up, buddy? Yeah, cheers for Darkseid. There you go. We got William here. We got Slade. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I got the vodka bottles out. That's right. Yeah, normally I don't have the vodka bottles out, but I figured why not? I got some Pinnacle and I got some Sky right here. That's right. Remember, you guys would always give me crap about buying Smirnoff. Well, guess what? Now I'm branching out to like the different styles of vodka. So I'm about to pour myself a glass. We got Dan right here. We got Nerdcast. What's up? We got Krypton. How you doing, movie? All right, everybody's having some. Hopefully, we'll have some fun tonight. Ronak, how you doing? All right. Yeah, I hate it when the chat jumps so much like that. Jeez. We got Clayton Lane, legend. What's up? Congrats. Wow. Wonder blind cry. Jeez. The light reflects on your face. The light, is that good? Hopefully that's a good thing. If the light's reflecting off my face, because I know some people thought the other way was like I was a little too far. So hopefully I'm a little bit closer, but I still want to get the vibe around here too. So yes, Darkseid is. All right. So Belvedere. Oh, okay. So you're suggesting Belvedere vodka. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to start like branching out a little bit more. I was stuck in like Smirnoff for a while and you guys would always give me crap, but I'm like, all right, did I just knock over Flash? I knocked over Flash. Poor guy. I think he can get back up pretty quickly, but let me go ahead and pour a little bit right there. Okay. I need to, like I said, there was like with the old setup, geez, Flash, why are you trying to prevent me from putting my bottle down? How dare you, sir? You're supposed to prevent the mother boxes from, joining together. Jeez, that's what you're supposed to do. All right. So we got another new member here. Let's see right here. All right. Thank you, Ursif44215. We got a new member. Thank you, sir. Well, cheers. And cheers to everybody else. Hopefully you guys checked out, like I said, during the first vodka stream. First off, cheers. Snyder getting his award from the HCA, which was awesome. And he gave a great speech, like a nice little 2-minute speech, which was excellent, talking about, of course, this fandom that has done wondrous things. I don't think any other fandom, there's no other fandom that's ever done as much as we've done and stuff. And I love the fact that he recognized that and he showed his appreciation, and the fact that he was getting the first Valiant Award. That was awesome. Absolutely love that. So happy for him. And yeah, it's just like, I was like, when I thought, okay, I did Frank's pre-interview, and then I'm like, okay, but and then I had Ray, and I'm like, well, Ray will come on live. Frank was a pre-thing, so I was like, all right, well, I'll do a pre-show with that, and I didn't realize. I'm like, oh yeah, it's scheduled right when that whole thing was happening, but it was fine. It was fine. All right, what's going on, Mr. Jason? How you doing? All right. See, Jose, we're good. So hopefully everybody's good. Hopefully everybody's comfy and ready for a nice, good show. We got lots to talk about, and of course, we got a special guest coming on tonight. Let's see here. Okay, so we got to earn that. Oh wow, I didn't even see that. Look at that, Andrew. Look at you. Thank you, sir. Well, I appreciate that. This can go towards some proper wine glass. That's right. Yeah. So see, Andrew knows. Andrew knows because, usually on Mondays, Film Junkee Lives, I have my Monday wine, and I've been drinking it out of just a normal drinking glass as opposed to a wine glass because my last wine glass sadly suffered, a death. It crashed onto the floor and into pieces, and I have yet to get any more wine glasses, so I've just been pouring my wine into just kind of like a drinking glass like this. But it works. Whatever gets it into my gullet. But I appreciate that, sir, and thank you, Mike G. Thank you, Mike G. Yes, we got another new member too, Miss Stephanie Hendricks. Hi, how you doing? I appreciate you becoming a member. Yeah. Look at that. Just members all over the place. Love it. Love it. All right. Let's see. Let me go ahead and set my tweet up here so we can get our guest in here and start doing some chatting. All right. Has joined the stream. Okay. There we go. Okay. Make sure I got the whoop. Whoop. Don't want that echo. All right. Here we go. Post link. All right, let's get my guest in here. You guys know him. He's well, I mean, there's no introduction. There's just really no introduction. He's coming for his great prize, guys. Mr. Ray Porter, what is up,
How's
sir?
it going?
Hey, how you doing?
I like the new look. It kind of looks like a bar to me a little bit.
That's what I was trying to go for.
And it makes me think my vocal studio in here is pretty lame, but I do have some bar towels.
There it is. Hey, that's so what I'm missing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm missing over here. So it's okay. Yeah. I mean, it works. We're like doing a collaboration here.
Looks like a really interesting pub with no wine glasses.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Now you have wine glasses.
I know. That's sadly like it was funny because I think like a few Christmases ago, I got a set of wine glasses, and there was like 4 of them. But slowly but surely, they all suffered a death of hitting the ground very hard or something, or washing them a little too hard.
Gravity is not just a good idea; it's the law.
It is the law.
But I am here to change your life, my friend. Do you know that they make plastic wine sippy cups that are clear, and the inner part is shaped like a wine glass, and it's a sippy cup, so you could drop it or drive with it, really, and you'd be fine.
There you go. See, there you go. Just bringing me the good ideas. This is why we love you, Ray Porter. And I thank you for complimenting me about this. Yeah, this is the kind of setting I was trying to create, the vodka stream setting. I think the last time you came on here, I was just still at my desk and we,
Well, I've doing these, I've been treated to a host of fascinating backgrounds. And mine is fair. I mean, that's the whole reason why I did all of this, was just to make it less just dark, less boring.
Yeah, so there you go. So how you doing? How you hanging in there?
Well, I'm good. It's been an interesting couple of days, hasn't it?
It really has. I mean,
it seems like after so much time and so much work and so much effort by the fans that it's kind of developed its own momentum now, and it's just rolling and almost faster than you can even keep track of. Like, I'll go on Twitter and I'm reading comments about stuff that I have no idea, it's just all happening so fast as we accelerate towards
what? I mean, you're not kidding, because I remember when the new year happened, and then I'm like, oh man, we're finally in the year that we're actually going to see this thing.
Yeah.
And then next thing I know we're in March, and we're like less than 2 weeks away.
Less than 2 weeks away.
And hopefully, I mean, I don't know if you're seeing it at the virtual premiere, you're seeing it early. I don't know. You are, right?
I got my invite. I was
Got
very
your
excited.
invite.
What
Yes.
am I going to wear?
I know. That's what I'm wondering. I mean,
Come up with a virtual red carpet and set up a strobe light so I can act like people are taking pictures.
Do those awkward poses where you just
You know, I
sure
walked a red carpet one time, and there were some Hollywood luminaries right before me and right after me, and it was hysterical because the flashing, this wall of photographers, and it was, and I walked through it, and nothing, and then the next person,
wow.
Wow, no one wants my picture.
They're like, who's this guy?
Yeah.
But it's just like, I always wonder about that when it comes to red carpets. Like, how, when you see like them doing their thing, how are you not just going like blinking like crazy? Because
everybody that I've talked to that's ever gone through that kind of a thing, they're exhausted afterwards.
Yes.
You know, and it's something that people don't think about with like award shows. You know, the Golden Globes just happened, and it was virtual at least, but when it's live, that's work. I mean, these people are exhausted. I'm not saying, oh, poor them, you know, they got limoed to a place to win a prize or anything, but it's not as casual as one might think. I mean, you really, you know, you got to be really on point, and it is work. People are tired at the end of those things.
Yeah, I mean, especially like, and I'm in as gorgeous as like, you know, the dresses are and everything, but I mean, sometimes you look at those shoes and you're going, how are you able to do all that? You're wearing stilts. I mean, those things got to be just grueling.
You know, yeah. I mean, that's another one. It's, you know, the unfairness of it. Nobody ever rarely does someone ask a male actor, you know, what are you wearing? Who are you wearing? That's the question.
Never that.
Who are you wearing?
Yeah. Well, I got this bow tie from, you know, it's never like that.
I think Kurt Vonnegut said tuxedos are not to make a fashion statement. They are to get out of the way of women who are making a fashion statement, which I like.
That's a good quote.
To be an accessory.
Yes. Wow. Was that all?
Brian Scully.
Yeah.
Was that all of you, or was it processed further to make it sound so raspy?
Hey, we'll get to that, Scully. You know, he just came in here. He's relaxing, and we'll get to the questions.
Rushing in. I just came in like
car, man. We heard your voice. It's like,
I haven't even gotten a drink yet,
guys. Let's ease into it for a bit here. I wanted to, you know, see what Ray has been up to, and since the last time I talked to him, and obviously, things of you know, when it comes to the pandemic and everything, obviously, everything's changed.
Yeah.
And then of course, like, you know, lately it seems like, okay, now things are finally getting a little better. And then of course, with everything that's happened, I mean, obviously, you know, with you doing voice stuff, I mean, obviously you're not having to be like totally around people. Like you said, you have your studio, and you're probably are you mainly working out of your studio when you're doing?
I'm mainly working from the studio. Yeah. Entirely working from I haven't worked out at any other, you know, studios since this whole thing kicked off, which is okay. You know, I actually had COVID.
Yes, I had it too.
That was oh, you did?
Yes, in December, at the beginning of December.
Fellow veteran, salute.
Yeah, salute, man. Yes, we've got through it. We are survivors.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was scary, you know, it was really, you know, and that was the weirdest thing. It was like, well, I did everything right, but I got it anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, the exposure has been pretty limited, but you know, my only fear about that whole thing is it's been such a long time since we've been able to go outside and play, and everybody is really anxious and in a big hurry to do that. And I hope not too much of a hurry. You know, we got to make sure this thing is really knocked down before we start running around all willy-nilly, you know.
We're just running around with our underwears on our head, you know.
Exactly. I just hope we're cautious.
I'm looking forward to that though. No, but I mean, I got it. It was funny because it seemed like it just, I don't know. When did you get it exactly?
I'm trying to remember now. December, January. Around then.
Yeah, it seemed like when it came to California, it powered through California at the end of the year last year because, you know, my mom got it, and it put her on her ass for about, you know, about a month.
California got slammed for sure.
Yeah, and I had friends that got it, and then I got it, but I mean, it didn't like hit me like that bad. I don't know. Like what symptoms did you have? Like any
I
kind
had I had some crazy symptoms. I mean, I
Yeah.
had all of the, like cold flu-like things,
Mhm.
but there was also some additional stuff that I found really, really frightening. Um, gives me an incredible amount of sympathy for the people who have had it worse.
Yeah.
And makes me really, really diligent about, telling people, please stay safe. You do not want this. This is not like the flu. It's not like the cold.
Yeah, it
You
was
know?
pretty interesting because
Yeah.
it was funny too because when I got it, I mean, I started like I didn't have like that bad of symptoms. I had like big time chest congestion. Like I felt like
Mhm.
there was always a weight in my chest, and then I had a
Yeah.
cough that just felt like anytime I coughed, it just felt like it wasn't really clearing anything out. But I had this weight in my lungs like for about two weeks or so, and then
Yeah.
fever off and on, and then that was about it. But it was funny because, of course, when we were doing this whole like deck the halls
Oh,
charity
yeah.
thing, and I had Zack Snyder himself on, and I had it then. Like I was fighting a fever during that whole stream, and I just kind of just like, you know what? Let me sip some bourbon. That's the
Now,
that's grandpa's old
this is a very funny thing, and I do not advocate this. I'm not, saying do this. Please don't quote me. But I happened to be on a phone conversation with a brilliant Irish artist named Jim Fitzpatrick,
Mhm.
older fellow, and this was before I had it. But he had said, um, the thing that I've been told by so many people is that whiskey, that really good whiskey or alcohol, will really help because the vapors will kill any viruses, and that sort of thing. And I'm like, okay, I didn't think anything of it. And probably the second or third night that I had it, it was just your sleep is messed up. Like
Oh yeah,
I was trying to function, I was trying to work, and I would work for about 30 minutes and be like, I'm going to go to bed now,
yeah,
just no energy.
yeah. There was times where your
Oh,
energy just
terrible.
dipped. Yeah.
And your sleep is all over the place. So one night I poured myself a big old double single malt whiskey. I do like a good single malt whiskey,
Nice.
and I poured a tall glass of that. Maybe it was an illusion, but it did seem to help. So
You know what? I mean, yeah, like I said, we're not advocating for this, guys. But I mean, when it came to, I remember like right before that stream, because it was me and Chris Wong Swenson who
yeah,
were like joining together, and before that, like 20 minutes before going on, we were back doing our backstage thing, and I told him like, dude, I'm just letting you know. I have a fever of 100 point, I think it was like 100.2 or something at
yeah,
the time. And I'm like, I'm just letting you know. And I got like, there's something going on in my lungs, and I'm feeling something in my throat. And he goes,
it's
oh no.
frightening.
And I'm like, you know what? My mom had it, and I'm thinking I got it. I mean, I was still going into work, which was weird because,
Ooh.
yeah, because like where I was working, I'm not working there currently, but when all this happened, I mean, it was just like, oh yeah, we're not going to do the remote thing, even though we could, because once I said like, hey guys, I woke up with a fever and I'm having symptoms. They're like, stay home. And then all of a sudden my boss was like, here's your laptop. I mean, it was the funniest thing, right? Because, what I did was just like, I do design work. I had a work laptop, and it was like, it was almost like in a movie where it was like a ransom exchange, because my boss shows up, he calls me, and I'm like, okay, so I go out there, we're both wearing masks, I see him on the curb, like, and he like has a bag with my stuff, he walks up to where a tree is, drops it off, walks
Yeah.
away, and then I walk up, grab the bag,
Yeah, and that's sensible.
yeah. I mean, that's the way we had to do
It does make me wonder, like, what is the world going to be like, once everything is more or less okay again.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of people's work lives have permanently changed, to where the old model of going into the office and working and then coming home is going to become a little bit more fluid.
Well, I mean,
I
it's
think
just
there's
like, I mean,
good
we
and
have
bad to that, but
yeah, we have this great technology, and it's just like, I think a lot of people are realizing like, and that's why you're going to see more like office spaces like up for leases. Like, what are we going to do with them? People are like, wait, we don't have to do this. We could do this remotely. Like
there's a lot of people who need housing.
that's okay. Yeah, I was actually going to get to that point. I'm like, hey, when it comes to California, we
A
have a little
lot of
bit of
people
an
need
issue.
housing. Yeah.
Yes, there are people that
Yeah.
need space. And I'm thinking, okay, if we're going to be emptying out these office spaces, because now
Good,
people are gonna
clean, newish buildings, lots of space.
there you go. We're right on the same page. Salute again, sir. Jeez. I mean, that's where I was going to get at. It was like we have this thing that's going on here, and I'm thinking like, okay, hey, why not? If everybody's working from home, which they can, and like I said, even like with that job that I had, I'm like, I could work perfectly from my home. The IT department connected me to the servers. Everything was good. I had communication. If I needed to get on the phone on a conference call, it was easy enough. And I think it's just that whole like, are you really working? But it's like, well, if I'm getting my work done, I mean, as long as I'm getting my work done when I need to get it done. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know.
And I mean, you don't wear pants at your job anyway, right?
Exactly.
So,
no.
what's the difference?
When I was in my cubicle, are you kidding me? I would just get in there and just unbuckle and just, take those things up.
It's funny how many things are changing. I mean, and obviously movies, which we're more or less here to talk about, is changing as well. But, it makes people get more creative. I think it was Flaming Lips did a concert where they had everybody in their own sort of inflatable bubble in this venue. I saw a picture. The band was on the stage and the audience were all in these like, clear inflatable bubbles, so that they could be at a concert without, contributing to contagion.
Right. I know.
So,
I mean, yeah. And
I can think certain bands where certain smokable things are an accoutrement of that band that maybe you don't want to be hotboxing in a clear bubble.
Probably not. You might be craving some pizza and potato chips.
It'd be entertaining as hell to watch.
It would be.
You'll say that.
Yeah. So, but I mean, but like you said, it's going to be interesting to see. Like once, I mean, obviously with the vaccination going out and things are going to start to open up again. I mean, I don't know. Have you gotten vaccinated or anything?
No, I'm not. I'm in spite of what I look like, I'm not old enough yet by California standards. I do have some friends. No, it's not the years; it's all the mileage. But I've got some friends who actually are old enough to have gotten it, and it was funny. I didn't expect at this age to have that same kind of "you must be as tall as this sign to ride this ride" kind of feeling. But I was like, I want to get my shots too because I want to travel. But they seem to be finally getting it together and rolling it out. I have hope, that someday we can all go out and play again. And
yes,
that's the goal. It's gonna be awkward those first few weeks, right? Where people are gonna like start to hug and then not, and then want to be like, it's gonna be weird.
It is,
right?
It is gonna be weird. It's like, hey, let's do this. I hopefully, I think people will be like, you know what, I think we're going to be okay, especially, I mean, maybe when it comes to the older generation, you have to be a little more wary, but I think the younger, maybe it's going to be,
I mean, my hope is people are at least thoughtful and exercise necessary care.
Yeah. I think
I want to go to cons. I want to meet people.
Yes.
There's several people I owe major hugs to, and I want to say hello and shake people's hands and stuff. And like look somebody in the eye and say, thank you.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, I mean, obviously, when doing this, it's fun. But I mean, for instance, this weekend in Detroit, they're doing BVS Comes Home, and I'm sure all the safety protocols are going to be there when it comes to the movie theater, which is great. But it's great that there are going to be fans, and there's going to be fans, guys that are part of this, that have been part of this panel, and people you've talked to, they're all going to be there. I'm jealous. I was so tempted to be like, I want to just get on a plane and go over to Detroit and have some fun, but sadly, I was like, man, things happening right now. I kind of just need to stay at home. And that should be fun. And hopefully everybody, I already saw like people like talking about that today, and that's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, definitely going to be a lot of fun. So, but anyways, yes. So, yeah. So we finally,
there's a movie coming out.
this little tiny movie that's coming out.
I heard something about that.
Yeah, I don't know if you realize that this little tiny movie coming out called not just Justice League, but Zack Snyder's Justice League. is coming out, and recently, I mean, there's been a couple little teaser trailers, and the first one came out that had Batman, that was focused on Batman, and various voiceovers, that we recognize, some Alfred, some Lex Luthor, and then there was one talking about getting coming for his great prize.
Coming for a great prize, I don't know.
Who was? I mean, I don't know if anybody figured that out.
Because I've been watching all of the teasers and all of that stuff. I mean, Zack is, I've said it before, he's an amazing director. He's an amazing storyteller. And the way he's able to pack so much into a 2 or 3 minute thing or a 30-second thing, and just it's compelling. I mean, the shots in the Batman, the one in the Superman that was today. And
yes.
God, I really want to watch this. Wow.
No, I mean, like it is, like, you're right, because obviously when it comes to all the members, I'm a huge Batman fan, as everybody knows. And I'm just like, oh my God, look at the visual aspect. But then all of a sudden you're hearing the voices of different characters. And then you're just like, wow, look at the dialogue, just the dialogue that is being
absolutely
said.
I must admit that I was by myself really geeking out hard that my voice was in the same trailer as Harry Lennox's voice.
And
I've always admired his acting. Yeah. I've been such a fan of his for so many years. And I was like, I'm in there with Harry Lennox. Oh my God. And Ray, which I just love, all those voices. It was, and so there's the Darkseid voice that people have been talking about for months.
Yes. Which obviously you've kept, to yourself for a little bit. And but there it was. I mean, everybody, I think that was the first reaction. I mean, it was like, yeah, there's Batman, but did you hear Darkseid's voice? Oh my God. I mean, that was my first I tagged you. I was like, holy shit, there's Ray, Ray Porter's
I believe
voice.
That's exactly the words you used.
Yes. I said, holy shit, because that was the first thing because I'm like, yeah, Batman, but did you hear the voice?
It was pretty cool.
Really cool. I mean, did you know that he was going to drop that?
No, he didn't. I didn't know when. I didn't know when people were going to finally hear the voice. But it was. I'm getting an echo.
Are you?
Are you hearing that?
No.
Maybe it's just me. Okay.
Anyway. Test. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2.
Me. No. Okay. Okay.
Because that's what people want to watch. It was a nice surprise. And I was glad because I've been saying no for a long time. People like
you've respected that NDA.
Well, I mean, it goes beyond an NDA. I mean, I kind of think an NDA is pretty much, that ship has sailed at this point, but you want to preserve. I'm not going to give things away, that you're going to get to see, and I've had people ask me stuff that's like really deep story stuff. I'm like, why on earth would I tell you that when Zack is going to show you? We're all going to get to see it. People are curious. So it's nice that has been answered.
Yeah. I mean, we've all been dying to hear it, and my God, does it just send chills up your spine?
Everybody was really kind. I gotta say, I was a little nervous about when the first time, because I've always said, like, with regard to books, movies, plays, for years I've said that the audience is always the smartest person in the room, and I try to conduct myself that way. And so I was a bit nervous that people would be like, what is that? I didn't know what people's reaction would be. And so to see all these really nice things being said on Twitter, which is great. And then I decided to really test the waters and go on Reddit.
Oh God, what are you doing, Ray?
No, people were okay.
I'm sure, but I mean,
and there's stuff people like more or people don't like, and everybody's going to have a favorite voice. I've been compared to some pretty considerable actors who've played this role before, and I don't mind that comparison at all. If I measure up, that makes me extremely proud. And if I don't, or if somebody prefers another person's voice in there, then that's completely okay. That's I mean, I don't mind at all. Obviously I want to do as good a job as I can, be faithful to what people imagine when they see that character. Um, so I was nervous. I wanted it to be well received, and it seems like it was. So I'm very
Oh, it
happy.
definitely was. I mean, I saw nothing but positivity when it
Yeah, it
came
was really,
to
really
your
great.
voice, and then talking about it. But one of the things I want that I wanted to talk about was well, first off,
Yeah.
Ray, I first want to. There's somebody that came on that is backstage right now. That
Yes.
he's a fan of yours. He's a
Oh.
big time fan of yours, and he wanted to say he wanted to show his appreciation
Okay.
for what you've done with Justice League and everything like that. So I'm going to bring him in right now and see what he has to say. He's a pretty big fan of yours, Mr. Zack Snyder. What is up,
my
sir?
God.
He's got a Justice
my camera's pointing down.
Hi, boss.
Hey, brother.
How are
What's
you?
going on,
I'm
Zach?
a huge fan, by the way. I'm a massive fan. And,
That's funny because I'm kind of a fan of yours.
Oh, wow. This is really weird.
We ought to do something together sometime.
No, absolutely. That's cool. No,
Man, those teasers are so cool. I was going to text you or something, but I didn't want to bother you because you're a little busy right now. Those teasers
What are you talking about? It's not like he's working on multiple things or anything.
I mean, less than a minute, and you pack more story. I'm a big fan.
That's kind. Well, I'm excited. There's more to come, as you know. There's more characters.
Yeah.
There's more people in the movie. So
yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple more. I mean, we got Batman and Superman. There might possibly be a Woman of Wonder.
Yeah,
possibly.
Wonderful.
Yeah, there might be a guy who runs really fast.
Guy.
Yes, a guy who like swims a lot. Yeah,
that was gonna be his name, and at the last minute they changed it to Aquaman. It was gonna be Damp Guy.
Damp Guy.
Guy who swims a lot was also on the table, but
yeah, guys, that would be fun. Hey, Jason, you want to be the guy that swims a lot? I can imagine that conversation.
And by the way, I'm not really sure he's swimming. He's just kind of rocketing through the water.
That's true. Is it really swimming that Aquaman does?
I don't know.
Yeah, because like it's almost like we
need
like
the Olympic Committee for this.
Yes, I mean Superman just kind of
water.
He's flying in water. Yeah, I mean essentially. I mean, it's almost like when does a fish realize that he's in water, or because it's like they're breathing it. That's essentially their air. We're kind of like, I don't know. I'm going on a whole different tangent.
I'm reading Kierkegaard right now.
Don't stop at all.
I know. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm going off. I'm talking about all these
different
things.
No, we call this a tangent. No, we'll do
that. But anyways,
that'd be rude because
right.
I'm sure there was a point, but
I was going somewhere with that, but I lost my train of thought. But Zach, thank you for joining in. Obviously, we were talking about the voice in the Batman teaser, and I actually wanted to ask you what made you want to put Darkseid's first voice like in that first Batman little teaser that you had.
Batman responds to the movies in the end are about stakes, and when the stakes are high, then everyone's forced to either their best or worst comes through. So I thought that it's always good to frame a hero with what's in store, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, Jesus Christ, I mean that just hearing the voice and saying that he's coming for his great prize in that voice, I mean, sends just chills all the way down your back, down your legs into your toes. For fuck's sake, I mean, geez, yeah. Yes, I mean, I'm sure that's what you were going for. You're like, I want people to feel it in their toes, in their toenails, maybe. But everybody loves the fact that you did. And when it comes to the individual, I mean, just like what Ray said, packing so much into how long? These are like less than a minute, right? All these are
right around a minute,
yeah,
and just a little bit maybe.
Yeah, and it's just there's so much to unpack. I mean, even with the Superman one, I was trying to break it down. I'm like, who's that? Who's saying that? I don't know who's saying that. I'm trying to break, and it's like
I have to say that's the most fun is after these things come out is watching people like analyzing the choice of Tom Waits for those.
Oh my God.
but I'm still waiting for a breakdown of because I'm finding all sorts of Easter eggs in there.
Well, yeah, we can talk about that at some point because there's a lot to
Yeah.
We could
it
do
was
like
cool
a,
actually because Tom Waits, when we asked, he said, "I don't do this. I don't lend my music to this sort of thing." And then we were like, he was like, "Well, you know what? Let me take a look at it." So we showed it to him, and he was like, "Okay, I'll do it." And we were like,
that's what's so great about it. I mean, just
so it was cool. It was cool first that it was a hard no. So we were like, "Oh, geez." Then we were like, "What else are we gonna put? Like, forget it. Like, without the music, it's never mind."
Was like so initially though, but like that whole sequence, was that going to be like an opening title sequence kind of thing?
Yeah, that was conceived originally, and I had drawn it up as if we were going to do the episodic version, that was going to kind of be the way into because I have a giant title sequence at the beginning of the movie, right? And I mean, it's just like, titles over but then we were like, if we do like a weekly thing, it's going to be hard. Then what? We just can't play the title sequence again. So I was like, oh, what if we do just like a cool little, but then when we saw it and finally they were like, okay, well, we can't really do, the weekly thing. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I go, look, the movie originally existed as a movie, and that's really its most, in truth, that's its most natural format, because that's how it was conceived. But we had this piece, and I was like, it's so cool. We need to, we need to get it out. We need to do something with it. So then we started to, and by the way, it was barely done. And then we just kept working on it. And we got we didn't even have the music, I don't think, at that point. It was really just more conceptual, and a couple they had started to work on the different mother box designs. So
yeah, no, it's
Ray,
a beautiful.
I'm hogging your time. I gotta get out of here.
No, man,
yeah,
please.
no. Yeah, he just wanted to. Like I said,
I don't cry at previews, or at least I didn't until you started putting previews out, and I'm like weeping when I see these things now.
Geez. Well, I can't wait for you to see the movie. What's your schedule? What are you doing?
Oh,
I'm around.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm around.
Yeah, text me after so I can remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm also around too. I'm just. I mean, I'm just saying, Zach. I mean,
No, man. I think you saw my lovely background.
Are you in LA?
Me?
No, Dave.
No, Dave? I'm like an hour and 10 minutes out of LA.
Where?
I'm in Moreno Valley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm basically Zach. I never leave this booth, so I'm around.
Understand.
Yeah. And I barely leave this pub table with vodka on it.
It's good.
But I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's cool.
Cool.
But so there's more. Like I said, there's more little teasers to come. So standing by.
So exciting. So exciting.
It's very exciting. It's good stuff. You're doing great things, Zack Snyder. We're loving it. We're loving everything we're seeing.
The best I can with what I had.
Exactly. I mean, you mold it. You do stuff, and yesterday was insane.
We were talking about the fact that this entire Justice League, from start to finish, is all a COVID. It's pretty much a COVID endeavor, because it's pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy.
To think that we, like almost a year ago at this time, the idea was out there and we had talked to the studio, but there was no one had said yes or anything. So.
Yeah, but it was just, it is pretty crazy to think about because, and especially like after it's been out and then, when we come to May and it's been a year. I mean, I still remember that day when it was announced, when you did the Man of Steel watch, which was excellent. And it was almost perfect because you had Cavill there and then it had all the fans there. And it was funny too, because I remember that day I was off of work. I forgot exactly why. I was off of work, and then I had to go back the day of the Man of Steel watch, and I had to be like out in the field. So I'm literally like out in the field, like with my earbuds in, and just freaking like watching the stream, trying to do my work, and then finally, like I was like, just announce it, please, because I was like, come on. And then yeah, sure enough, that it was just like it was, but it was definitely a surreal moment. Like we were talking about at the beginning here. I mean, we're like 2 weeks away from this thing, man.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
It's so exciting. But you've also kind of made lockdown a hell of a lot more bearable, Zach.
Yeah, seriously.
You really have.
We've had a distraction. Let's call it.
Yeah, it's
little
been
distraction.
great.
Pretty good distraction.
I would say
Keep us
focused.
What's going to happen tomorrow? Maybe something.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, it's just seems like, every day it's like, what's going to happen? I mean, yesterday was pretty damn insane. Just going to say pretty damn insane.
Oh yeah. Yesterday was.
But yeah, which we could talk about later. But yeah, I mean, like with Ray here, I mean, like one of the things that, that everybody always wants to know too is the fact that it's like, when did you know that he was the guy? Like, okay, that's going to be, that's Darkseid right there. I mean, you heard his voice.
Ray's been a friend. He has a cameo in the movie as himself.
What?
There's a shot of Ray in the movie.
Look at that, guys.
And he's not
Exclusivo.
Sorry, I had to bring up my little superhero character.
I saw that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. We were actually watching it today, and I was like,
Oh, look at that, guys. So you have a nice little cameo too. That's awesome.
Pretty fun. Yeah, I have a cameo, so we all have cameos. It's all about
everybody gets in.
He has a huge. I mean, he's Darkseid, but he's awesome. Well, and also, so I've known Ray for a while, and we've talked, and I knew he was an actor, and then he was out with us in England, and one thing led to another, and I said, "Hey, can you do this cool voice?" And he's like, "Yeah, I did cool voice. Watch this." And
it was exactly like that, right?
At first, it was like I was like, "Well, let's try it out." And honestly, I was like, "Let's try it out. Who knows?" And then, really, honestly, it was unbeatable what he did. So,
wow, thank you.
And here we are. And that's what happened. So it's cool. It was fun.
It's crazy. And when it comes to the voice, I mean, I'm sure that's
keep it in the family. Keep it in the family. That's
keep in the family.
That's
right.
I mean, yeah. And then when it comes to that voice, I mean, it was there much like altering of the voice, like, or probably not much, huh? Because
not much.
Yeah.
I mean, a little, just kind of give it some,
Yeah, some bass.
Doesn't even not much bass. He's got a lot of bass.
A little bit of reverb. It sounded like.
Reverb. There you go.
Yeah, a little bit of like
little echo. Yeah.
All the speakers and you make it crazy.
Like I said, you want people's toenails to tingle when you hear that.
Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to. That's what you're trying to go for.
Out there ruining pedicures, man.
That's right. Like I just got it done, and now I watched this Batman trailer, and Jesus Christ, look what happened.
I actually recorded some of those on this very mic in this very vocal tent.
The making of behind the scenes of
behind the scenes
is right there. It's right
yes.
there.
Look at that.
Gosh.
That epic mic right there. Don't ever get rid of that mic.
Bronze. Dip that thing in bronze.
Exactly.
Put it on display.
Yeah.
Darkseid's microphone.
It's a raffle.
There you go.
Darkseid.
Yeah, I told somebody when the Pop Funko came out, I was like, e-cigarette and Diet Coke sold separately. My constant companion in the booth. But yeah.
Hey, whatever helps that Darkseid voice, man. You got to get that apocalyptic accent to it. That's what helps. That's right. Yeah, that's what helps with it. But when it comes to when you saw those Funko Pops, man, that must have been pretty cool to see your very own Darkseid Funko Pop.
So many weird, like early actor geek dreams coming true this week. Again, just very grateful.
So and then I have to ask you, Zach, was it your idea to make them like black and white or gray versions? Like, because they're like, yes.
No, that was Funko.
No shit. I would have thought that was your idea. Like, because I was wow. Well, good on fucking Funko. Jeez.
Yeah.
because when we saw that, we're like, oh, how perfect is that they made, you know, Justice's gray version of these Funkos, and I'm like that had to be Zack's Zack's idea.
Is
Wow.
also insane. The HDR black and white, which is pretty crazy, because you know when you see HDR, the one thing that's cool about it, and you know, famously I've ranted about IMAX, which is fine, and I do that because I can't help myself, but the HDR is a different thing entirely. In that I didn't expect, it surprised me, you know how like you get little gifts from the movie, making the movie. So we were working on the HDR, and I just noticed how crazy the black and white version was, and I was like, wow, that's cool.
God, see,
yeah,
that's the version. I mean, man, I would love to see.
Sweet. But by the way, right now, you know, I have just doing some QCs on the straight HBO Max, right out of the box version. Is pretty cool. So just
there
saying.
you go.
I'm just saying. You know,
so exciting.
It's kind of cool.
You don't need to go far. You just turn around, like whatever chair you're in, face the TV, turn it on. Not a big deal. Like, I'm not asking that much. You know what I mean? Normally I'd be saying like, okay, on opening day, you're gonna have to get in your car, drive somewhere, buy popcorn. You know, a lot of
give a token to the ferryman. Yeah.
There's like parking. I don't even know what that means anymore. But like apparently we used to park our cars.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Remember those days, guys?
Crazy. Yeah, the way it works is there's spaces between the cars, and you try and fit yours in there.
There's like these painted white lines, kids.
Yeah,
you know, I don't know. 90s kids would remember. You
know,
know,
when you left the house, would you wear shoes and trousers?
Now the cars are just I just wash them.
Yeah,
it's like a weird sculpture in my driveway that I just wash.
You're like, yeah, we used to take this structure.
These used to go places.
Yeah, literally 70 miles an hour on a freeway. It sounds insane. Anyway,
weird.
So you go, I would have been asking you to do that, but now today, on March 18th, which is right around the corner, you're just gonna
boop.
Instead of putting on the news or some other thing that you were gonna watch, I don't know what you were gonna watch. It doesn't matter. This time, just put on Justice League.
Now, do we know like the exact time on March 18th?
I think it goes live. I'm going to say the wrong thing, so I should probably not speak because I always get it wrong.
No.
Should I take a shot at it?
Take a shot at it, man.
I'm going to take a cut. I believe it goes live midnight East Coast time, but I could be wrong. I mean West Coast time.
Midnight West Coast time.
I believe, but again, if I'm wrong, don't
quote you on that.
Don't get mad.
Yes.
You told me to take a shot. Blame him.
I know. See, I'll take all the blame. I swear to God. Blame me, guys. Just completely blame me if that's not right. There you go. Everybody staying up late. Everybody, I'll put that coffee on at 11 o'clock at night. You know, you East Coasters.
I mean, it's also fine to just, unless you just can't sleep.
Yeah.
Wake up on the 19th or on the morning of the 18th. It's not even the 19th.
Yeah.
On the morning of the 18th, scrambled eggs.
Mm-hmm.
A little bacon.
Nice balanced breakfast.
And then just right there, coffee, scrambled eggs, Justice League. What do you
Don't get out of your pajamas.
Yeah.
Come on.
Why would you? And then lunch.
Yeah.
Would still be watching.
Still be Justice League.
4 hours late. Yes.
Yeah, you could pause at one of the chapters.
Yeah.
4.
Or really, for convenience, you could set up a television in your bathroom, so you never have to like even pause.
You may go back right away and start it again. So that's
the convenience.
That's an 8-hour day, and then
there's this thing called work. Yeah, there's a thing called the pause button that you can actually do when you're at home. Go take a whiz.
Don't miss a thing.
Make sure you wash your hands. Make sure you wash your hands because we're doing that a lot more lately.
Nice balanced breakfast. Go to the bathroom before. Make sure you got water.
At home, so you don't have to.
Maybe you don't have to.
If you're in the theater, you would have inevitably had to wait to the intermission or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Or ask somebody, what did I miss?
Yeah, what happened?
Exactly. And
Darkseid showed up.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
And you missed.
He had a dance number and everything.
Yes. I mean,
he sang the Tom Waits song.
You missed that whole thing.
It was awesome.
And it was scored by, Junkee XL.
Darkseid Dream Ballet on Ice. Yeah.
No,
oh my God.
So what I'm saying is, don't do any of that. Just boom, right? Look at that's all it takes is this little gesture of the thumb, and Justice League is going to be in your house. So that's
there you go. Just a wiggle of the thumb, folks.
That's it.
I'm looking forward to seeing pictures. I'm looking forward to seeing pictures of people watching it.
Oh, there's going to be a ton of pictures of people posting that are watching it. Oh yeah,
that's going to be great.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And then of course, and then today too, like Junkee XL talked about, they obviously the full score is released, 4 hours of just pure, ear porn. I mean, my God. Obviously Tom was here last week. He was a fucking delight. I don't know if you watched the stream.
I did.
Did you guys watch it?
I watched a bit of it.
Oh my God. I mean, he was just great. Like, I mean, talk about a character. I mean, he was very easy to talk to. I was like, hey man, it's just gonna be relaxed. Say whatever the fuck you want. Let's just have a discussion. And I just let him go when he would talk about his stories. And then of course, when we brought the panel on, and then he was just he played some samples and he called us our, beloved motherfuckers and just all that stuff. It was just, oh man, everybody, like I got that whole weekend. Everybody was just going, oh my God, that was your best stream ever almost. And I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. I mean, it was just like, everybody was just jazzed about how he, and just what he brought to it. I mean, just such an energy to that guy. And the fact that we're getting 4 hours of his work, fuck, man.
No, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So.
And it all started with you, during that, the one stream you were on here and you just played that little bit.
Oh,
just that little bit.
Funny.
Just that little bit of Batman being doing some badass shit is what he said. That's what he described it as, is Batman is doing some badass shit right there. And I'm like, that works with that riff right there.
Sure.
Totally. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
Man. But do you want to stick around, Zach, or are you good, or what do you want to do?
I got about 5 more minutes.
Okay, about 5 more minutes. Cool. I was like, because I wasn't sure. I know, like, apparently you're a busy man. You're working on stuff right now.
It's 9. I go to bed pretty early.
Yes.
I get up at 4:30. So
okay, so that's one of the things I've noticed, because occasionally me and Zach will message each other, and when I get a response, sometimes it's pretty fucking early when you respond, and I'm like, does this guy sleep? I don't know if he does, but you go to bed pretty early, huh?
Yeah,
we got a lot of work to do, but okay, so when it came to the whole Uke's ass Darkseid. By the way, have we figured out exactly how to say baby Darkseid's name?
We say Uxis, but Uke's ass is also.
I've been saying Uxis. Yeah.
Uxis. Okay, we'll go with Uxis. I mean, Uke's ass.
Say whatever they want, though. Really.
Yeah, pretty much. It's whatever.
I'm sure someone's freaking out right now, going like,
oh yeah,
ass or whatever.
There's people pounding their keyboard.
I'm so angry right now.
I'm gonna spell it out exactly how it is.
Lorraine.
Yes. In the ancient apocalyptic dialect, it's said, "Oops, ass."
Oops, ass. Yeah.
Oops, ass, guys, ass.
And I'd be like, you know what? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. You're right.
Well, but didn't you say, like, after a while, you guys just called him Baby Darkseid when it was like the history?
Sometimes, we would just call him because it's awkward to say Oops.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, every time I'm referred to it, I'm like,
Baby D sometimes.
Baby D.
Baby D.
I like that. That's good too. I like that.
I say we should get this. Baby D should cut the hand off. It would be cooler.
Yeah, that would be cooler. So with the trailers that are coming out, do we have a hint on who's going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be? Probably. I figured you were going to do the Trinity first.
I mean,
you have to do the Trinity first. I mean,
or she'd be last, just to make
that. You know what? When I did my breakdown of Yeah, when I did the breakdown of Batman, I was like, maybe he's gonna save Wonder Woman for last, or maybe it's Superman for last. But
These are all conversations.
yeah.
These are all possibilities.
And my God, I mean, today with the idea of having all the voices over, the footage. I mean, was that just something like, hey, let's just cram some voices in there, and then people. I mean, it's
Did
just
you like hearing a little bit of the original, a little new voices?
yes. I mean, that's what we're kind of like when it came to the Batman voice, all the voices right there. I mean, pretty much. I mean, a lot of people. I'm gonna have to ask you this because there's like a last voice on there, and a lot of people are going, "Is that Alfred or is that Volko?" And I was like,
It's Alfred.
Okay, thank you. Okay, because I was like, I don't know why Volko would actually be in over Batman stuff.
No, it's
Alfred. Okay, cool. Because
There's
I was
a scene where they kind of argue about.
Oh man, God, I love how philosophical Alfred is when it comes to these stories. I mean, obviously throughout, I mean, even in the books, he's always just been that voice of reason for Batman. And then when you see it in the movies, you saw it. I mean, Nolan really just nailed it when it came to Michael Caine. I mean, there's so many scenes where it's just like, Jesus Christ. And then you're like, oh, let's get Jeremy Irons, and just him talk. I mean, even in that trailer where he says, if you're, when he's talking about the team and, with the bowl, like don't flash the red cape. I mean, we talked about that on here with the panel, like, fuck. I mean, that line right there, just talking about the bull, with the horns and the red cape. My God, man, that Terrio dialogue.
He's good. By the way, it's that scene. It's in that scene that he says that line.
Oh, okay. So there you go. And then, okay. So then when it comes to Superman's like voiceover stuff, there was some in there that I was like, when I did my breakdown, I'm like, no idea. When I did the subtitles, it just said speaker. And I'm like, apparently the Justice League is taking on the Speaker Clan. I don't know. It's like, there's some recognizable voices. Obviously that line with Martha saying that the whole world is mourning and grieving over a symbol. Right. I was like, another great line, because I mean, it sounds like a mother that is like going, you didn't know who he actually was. You're mourning you're mourning a symbol. Right. And that was my baby boy. You didn't know him. Like
she says, but the world didn't know Clark.
Yes. God.
I mean, it's not in the trailer, but
but I noticed that there was like a little absence of Lois. Like there was no Lois over him. So I was like, that's got to be for a reason.
I think that. Well, you'll see.
See, it's always the you'll see,
which is great.
I know.
You will see.
Wait, it's so far away, Zach. What are you talking about?
Exactly. I thought we just had a conversation about you sitting on your couch in like a week.
Yeah, I know. Yes. I'm impatient. What can I say? I'm impatient. But obviously, we have the virtual premiere coming up on the 15th, and Ray and I, of course. I mean, Ray, of course, was going to get but I got an invite, and I don't know if you were part of that.
Don't worry about Ray. Don't worry about Ray.
Don't worry. I mean, he's Darkseid. I mean, if he wasn't going to get a invite, I'd worry about what would happen with you. I mean,
in a lot of ways, I mean, not to be rude, but he doesn't really even need to see the movie because he's so impactful that it'd be better if he just was like, how was it? Was it cool?
Yeah. Where's my great prize?
Was it cool?
Where's that great prize?
I'm interested in knowing if I got my great prize.
There's some about a great prize. Who do I see about that? Yeah.
Someone help me because
I got a golden ticket. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a golden ticket. I think a lot of us felt like Charlie Bucket when we got that email. I think I might have ran down the street, and just kind of waved it up in the air. I waved my phone in the air. I was like,
everyone was like, who's that lunatic?
Yes, and all of a sudden the cops came and they were like,
unmasked lunatic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wasn't wearing my mask, and then they were about to lock me up, and but I let them know. I'm like, Zack Snyder's Justice League. I got the invite. What are you talking about? And then they realized exactly what was happening. But
I was gonna draw a nice backdrop and set up some strobe lights and just walk in front of it like at a premiere.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Before I watch it,
It's a virtual.
I have a green screen right there. I mean, I'm thinking about
some Klieg lights.
Yes, I'm thinking about getting a tux and just doing like what we were talking about at the beginning, right?
Wear a tux top.
No
pants. No pants. Yes.
No trousers.
Exactly.
Have all as we're good.
Long as we're good, like right here. I mean, that's what I'm gonna do, and I'll get some, flickering lights to make it seem like I'm on the red carpet, because it's like, hey,
even not have a back. Which is
that all it needs to be, it just needs to be a front T-shirt kind of thing. That's all it needs. Yes, and then once the movie starts, I could just rip it off, and then it's just a wife beater.
PJs on underneath. Or nothing.
Exactly.
See, we're getting on. Yeah, see, this is how we're all gonna watch it right there.
Perfect.
But
I hope so.
So the virtual event's going to be great. You're going to be part of it. Is there going to be like a thing afterwards, probably, or is it before?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to do this thing. I don't think it's going to be. I'm doing this thing with Geeks and Gamers. We're doing we're hoping to do this little fundraiser. We haven't announced it 100% yet, but we're thinking of doing it right after the premiere, so that I can just tell everyone the movie's it's not midnight yet, so come on over and help me raise some money for AFSP. But that's not announced yet, so it's a secret.
Okay.
You're going to get an official announcement maybe the next couple of days.
Okay, yeah, don't worry. I hit the off button on the broadcast right when you said that. So nobody.
We haven't locked it in. We haven't locked in the date, the time, because the red carpet keeps moving on the 17th. You know what I mean? It's a movable feast, apparently. So I'm like, guys, just tell me when to be there, because I'm happy to do it, but I just want to kind of know when.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're not going anywhere. You're at your house. We know where you are. So we'll just tell you when it is. But I'm like, yeah, but I have couple other things.
One or two other things going on.
Just trying to, there's a lot of attention around the movie, and I'm trying to capitalize on that to get people to, hopefully donate to AFSP, but also get some cool special things. So we'll see. You'll learn more.
More to come.
So
and then
exciting.
and I also want to congratulate you, Zach, for the award that you got tonight.
Yeah, that was lovely. That was really beautiful. And I was happy and humbled, and I just, the fans have created such an incredible thing. So, it's really, I should be giving it to the fans, but yeah. Just
cut it up in little micro pieces.
Yeah, small shavings, metal shavings.
Yes, and send them off.
A shard.
Take it into an aerosol and just spray it in everyone's eyes.
There you
Fabulous idea.
It is a fabulous idea. No, that was awesome.
Really, you're so kind. It's amazing.
Oh man, no, but that was cool. The Valiant Award. That's the first ever, I think, right, that they have ever given.
I think so.
Yeah.
But, really, really, like I said, humbled and happy, and I mean, we've done the work is incredible. What you guys have done and what everyone's done, and also the perseverance. Is really
seriously,
something to see. I'm like, AFSP, I keep waiting for everyone to say, shut the fuck up. And I'm like, come on, guys. But no, but they just go like,
never.
Moss.
Never do that. And like I said, guys, I mean, I always have the link. It's always the first link down below in my videos, the AFSP link. It's always down there. And if you got, anything to give, any little bit helps, especially nowadays, with this whole thing. I mean, I always express that every time, all the time. I mean, like some of my followers are probably sick of hearing where I'm just like, hey, we got to what's happening right now. I mean, yes, we're the numbers, COVID, all that stuff, but we also got to, shine the light on suicide rates and depression that's also been happening because of, lockdowns and everything that's happening too. So every little bit helps, and that's one of the things that this fandom has really come together and just really
there's a lot of desperate times for a lot of people, and we just got to
really
out of it. And also, like I said, there's no stigma. If you need help, just go get it, because it's really important.
Exactly. Don't be afraid to ever reach out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's phone numbers everywhere. There's links. There's everything. Or even just reaching out to a friend, and then maybe the friend will be like, well, hey, look at this right here. This could help you out. I mean, never, ever be afraid to do that, guys. Never ever be,
because it's so important.
So important. So important. And but of course, everybody, it's just, I love when I look at the chat, because everybody, obviously, I mean, you know, when it comes to stuff that happened yesterday, everybody keeps going storyboard.
Listen, I'll say one thing. Let me just say one quick thing
Before you
and
leave,
then I gotta go.
yes.
I think the main thing to remember is when that was written. There's dates all over it.
Yeah.
And I think the important thing is that it was constantly evolving. You know, that was like a snapshot of where the story was. And I'm not
right?
you know, yes, that is in the broad strokes, that is a very that's a very good idea about what I had planned, right?
Uh-huh.
But I think in the micro, it's very what we were going to actually shoot. What it actually evolved into is very different than what that is. But I just really felt like that was a really great sort of window into the process, you know, and window into the way we were planning and how we put it together. And and it really, you know, and fun for everyone to kind of. I know that people were mad, like, oh, it's spoilers, but in the end, it's not really spoilers.
It's not.
For two reasons. It's not spoilers. For one, if you didn't get it, there's a really good chance that's your best shot at ever seeing the sequel to Justice League. So enjoy it for that reason. So like, if you're mad at it, you could like maybe don't look at it right away, but then after you watch the movie, you could read that and be like, okay, I've seen the sequel. But the truth is you haven't, because it's not really up to date with what Justice League became. So but still pretty crazy.
Oh, jeez. I mean, I literally like, and I haven't put together the video, but I actually read all of those boards like a storyteller kind of thing. And that's, I'm going to work on.
You should have got Ray to do that. That would have been
oh my God, Ray, you should.
Why didn't I narrate that? Where was,
Oh my God. I mean, there are people out there that literally like, you know, wrote everything out in nice little PDF forms. We'll send you the script, you know, you just read it out in that beautiful voice right there. Oh my God. I mean, I don't know if you've read some of those boards. It gets pretty, it gets pretty awesome. I mean, there's so many times where you're just like, fuck, man, I want to see this. You know, you and Terrio, and then of course Jim Lee doing little doodles, man. I'm
like I said, and that was, I mean, you know, full disclosure, that was lettered by Jeff Johns. That's Jeff Johns' handwriting.
Yes. Oh, okay. So he wrote all that.
He wrote it down. He wrote it down.
Interesting. So, and then he was like,
those were up in my office, right? That was those whole, like, I don't know. Remember those pictures I had? There's a couple of pictures of me or of my big giant office at Warner Brothers where I had the dry erase on that motorized, on this big motorized, the board was motorized, would go down into the ground. So when I was working on it, we would hide it down. So if people came in the office, I would hide it so they couldn't see it because I didn't want anyone to know what we were doing.
Jeez.
And then when they left,
probably the coolest office I've ever seen.
And it would come up out of the ground.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Jeez. All right then. I mean,
all right. Well, listen.
I
gotta go.
Yeah.
But, so great to see you. Congratulations.
Cheers. No, congratulations to you, sir. Thank you for doing such an amazing job on the movie.
Thank you.
You scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Darkseid, and clearly world domination is inevitable. It seems. I don't know who's going to stop him. I mean, who's going to stop him? It sound like Dennis Hopper from. It just sound like Dennis Hopper. Who's going to stop him?
Who's going to stop him? The thing, man.
But anyway.
Okay.
You can land on a fraction. I found that out. But no, but you know, so I don't know what's going to happen, but he's pissed. He's
pissed and he's coming.
He's coming.
Yeah.
Look busy. That's right.
All right. Well, thank you, Zach, for joining in and being a fan of Ray Porter's and geeking out with a Ray Porter.
That's one of the easiest things to do. Be a fan of Ray Porter.
I know it really is. It really is. It's not hard at all. It really isn't. It really isn't. All right, man. Appreciate it.
You guys.
See ya.
Thank you.
All right. Well, there was a little fan called Zack Snyder there for you, reporter.
Dude,
by the way,
how
that was not fully planned, but there was always a possibility. But I wanted to keep it a surprise.
That was amazing. That was amazing. I could listen to that dude talk about pretty much anything.
Yes.
All the time.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because I mean, obviously, same here. And he loves to talk. And I'm like, but then I know he's busy. And when he like gives like a time, I'm like, all right, do you need to go, or can you just talk for another 76 minutes?
Think about all the stuff that's on his plate right now.
Oh my God. He's got 2 movies and
he does this, and it's an example. I mean, you can be too busy or not.
Exactly.
For stuff that's important. And clearly this is a really important thing.
Yes.
For him and for all of us. So, and it's so exciting. I mean, it's just constant. I feel, remember when you were little and it was the holiday season, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, Christmas, whatever. And your parents are like, no, I don't know. And you've got that slightly frustrated, great expectation. And it's almost daily with him, with like, well, something maybe, you're like, tell me more.
Oh, I know. I mean,
tell me more. Yeah.
And it's funny too, because he's so easy to talk to as well, because anytime that I've talked to him on the phone, it's been, a few times where, and it's just funny because I remember there's been many times where it's like, the times where he was going to show up on the Vodka stream, or we were going to do that one stream about Deck the Halls. And it's like, it was a call to confirm that, but the call went on for 40 minutes because we're just talking about all kinds of.
You get somebody with that, you get someone with that kind of huge intelligence.
Yes.
And that kind of sense of comedy. I mean, I can remember being in meetings with him where he and I would start riffing on things, and eventually, Deborah would very gently just be like, okay, can we get back on task? I
really think that Deborah is probably that she's probably what works with them so well, and why, even, just being married and being, producer, director, she probably does go, hey, let's get back on track. And
I don't know the dynamic,
I'm sure. I know.
That was my experience. But the thing that I do know that I can speak very clearly on is that the two of them are the kindest people. Like, just there's this massive well of kindness.
Yeah.
And it's humbling to be around, and it's an example. I think the world of both of them.
Oh yeah.
Not just because I got to play Darkseid. I got to meet them way before that, and just like, wow.
Yeah.
Incredible people. So
yeah, I mean, you never hear a bad thing when it comes to any actors, actresses, anybody that, in the world where we always hear about bad things, it's something that, and when there's people out there that just like don't like the movies or whatever, and they try to paint this picture, and it's like, well, the evidence isn't there to support you. I'm sorry. Every time we hear,
some of the most vitriolic stuff that I've read, it doesn't sting because I know it just simply isn't true.
Yeah.
So I don't put any stock in it. Certainly I don't respond to it, because that's what's actually wanted is some attention. I once said, trolls feed on attention. We should starve them. So, but I've read some things, and just as a person who likes him, it's like if we were in a pub someplace and somebody said that about him, I'd put a glass in their face. Just because, like, that's my friend. You don't say things like that, Online, obviously it's a different deal, but a lot of the comments from people who purport to know, they don't know, and they're wrong.
Exactly. There you go.
And if you don't like something that this person produces, you've got options. There's lots of other things to watch. That's fine. I don't care about that. It's when it crosses the line that it's really not okay.
Yeah, and it can get to that point, sadly. But I have a fan question for you from Philip Parker that he wanted to ask. He said he's one of the patrons. Thank you, Philip, for submitting a question. He said,
Philip.
hope all is well as we come very close to Zack Snyder's Justice League being revealed to the world, he says with an exclamation point. And the only question for Ray that I am curious to know would be where the inspiration from Darkseid comes, where the inspiration for Darkseid comes from, if you are allowed to talk about that in any capacity.
Sure.
Also, who are some of your favorite characters that have some of the most iconic voices in pop culture? So first, so what's the inspiration for Darkseid?
I had seen, and it did kind of go down like Zach had said, like, hey, can you do this voice? And I was like, sure. A lot of the inspiration came from the image that I saw of Darkseid. Because there was a construct for reference, as they were making the film way before any of that stuff was recorded or shot or anything. There was a rendering of what Darkseid would look like. And I looked at him and was like, well, I think he probably sounds like this. And so I, did some stuff and, and came up with the voice, and it's been pretty much, there was never any major adjustment. It's been basically that voice from the beginning. And I remember once I was in London and there were some executives at Warner Brothers in LA, and I had known that, people were like, who is this person? Why don't you get someone else? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I was to do this recording session, and I was told, just as I got in there, oh, hey, so-and-so's here, so-and-so's here, so-and-so's here, and it got more and more intimidating as we went down the line.
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay, so I was on a microphone kind of like this on a phone patch to DC or to Warner Brothers. And, I just started like making some sounds. I just did a couple of vocal things kind of as a warm up, and I heard people in the room in Burbank go, oh, and that's when I was like, okay, okay.
I think I got this.
I think they're happy with
the
choice now. And I was, I got to kind of brag a little bit if I can. I was really sort of proud. When I heard it in the trailer yesterday, when I heard the voice in the trailer, it's really not that processed. There's a little bit of reverb on it. The pitch wasn't lowered. That's the voice I did.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to ask. And that's why when Zach was here, it was perfect time. I was like, how much adjustment? And he said that, just added a little bit to it. Mainly you right there.
I'm kind of proud of, that's kind of cool.
So do you want to give us a little, I'm just saying, if you want to just say like a one line or something like that, you want to get in there.
I don't know if I can do it. What should I say?
Give me some time.
Oh God, let's see.
Here we go.
You are watching the Vodka stream.
There it is. Woo! Oh my God. All right. I got chills again right there. I got so many chills that I have to bring somebody else in here that you might know.
Oh no.
Miss Wonder Meg.
Hello, friend. How are you?
We just got the chills, and I'm like, oh, I got to bring Meg to like.
I missed it because I was connecting.
Hello, Meg. How lovely to see you.
Hey.
See you.
You came in at the perfect moment right there, man.
Oh my God, that was awesome. I'm totally clipping that for myself.
It's going to be a ringtone for you right now.
Yeah, it's my text alert for sure.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. It's been an interesting couple of days.
A little bit.
Yeah, little things a bit. Yeah.
Oh, and you were the one who told me about that. Now, is that the image that's been circulating around of the McFarlane? Is that real?
I'm pretty sure it's real.
I don't know. I don't. I certainly don't have any inside knowledge about it. But I saw it and was like, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's everyone's reaction.
And I made other
'cause
dignified noises as well.
it was funny because I saw the picture, so I just reposted it, and I was at work, and then I saw your
I
message.
texted you immediately. Like,
Yeah,
where did
I
you
saw your
find that?
message, and I said, "Oh no, what did I do?"
Where did you
But-
find that? Yeah.
He said it in the Darkseid voice.
Oh God, it's like any voice that's lower than this is just going to be the dark
The
side.
dark side voice, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to find that McFarlane image. But of course, Meg, you tweet
It's
too
super
much.
cool, and I think
I know, I'm
it probably
sorry.
and it may have been pulled by now as well if it actually was.
Yeah,
a
I
leak.
saw there was some
Um,
people on like Instagram that like reposted it, and McFarlane Toys contacted them. Were like, "Yo, can you pull that off?"
Can you pump the brakes on that a little bit? Well,
They
okay,
didn't ask me, so
so if McFarlane Toys did,
then it must be legit.
Legit.
Yes.
Too legit to quit. Hey, yes.
you
That's
know,
what I'm talking about. Oh, there it is.
I can't tell you how many. Oh, yeah, okay. You found it?
You know what? I'm not going to show it if they're
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably
No,
not a great
probably
idea.
don't.
Couldn't show it, huh? Yeah.
No.
I just
No.
I pumped the brakes right there. I was like, wait, they're pulling
Yeah.
that thing. Better not do it then.
Yeah.
It's beautiful though.
I will pre-order my great prize. It's this whole thing. I mean, and Meg knows because we've talked about this a bit, and then so do
Yeah.
you, Dave. You know,
Yeah.
just about like this whole journey for me personally and all of that. But
Mhm.
when the DC shirt came out, when the DC shirts came out, when the Funko showed up, this may or may not be McFarlane yesterday, showed up. I mean, I can't tell you how many years I've been saying, oh, someday I hope that I do something that lets me go to cons and meet
Yeah.
people. And my God, it would be so cool to have a toy of me, So I'm kind of doing a little happy dance here alone in my apartment for sure.
Yeah.
And again, it all comes down to the positive tenacity of the fans
Mhm.
and my unending gratitude, to them.
Seriously.
So
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, I can only imagine like this journey. I mean, yeah, we talked about it like the first time, like when you first got the gig, and it's like, oh, this is awesome, and then all of a sudden, with everything that happens, you get removed from the movie, you can't talk about it,
can't say anything.
and and then you then all of a sudden people find out, hey, this is Darkseid, and you're like, well, I can't say I am, but maybe I, feel a little
even when I couldn't say if I was or I wasn't, again, everybody was really kind. Everybody
Yes.
was really nice, that's the greatest experience I'll take away from this whole thing is how great everybody has been and how nice. And so, it's been turned out wonderful. Started out kind of shit, but ended up okay.
ended up pretty awesome.
Yes.
God. And sorry, Meg, that you missed like one of Ray Porter's like biggest fans.
Oh,
I don't know if you saw that.
I was watching then.
Yeah. I don't know if you know. I mean, he's a guy with glasses like me. He wears a lot of white t-shirts, V-neck t-shirts.
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's
Yeah,
also
don't know who that
ripped.
guy is.
I mean, he's like,
Yeah, he's jacked too.
yeah.
Yeah, he seems like he's
Jesus.
in shape.
In my case, thank God for CGI.
Yeah.
By the way, there's that 4K picture that came out today of you, and it looks amazing.
Of Darkseid?
Of Darkseid, you guys didn't see it?
No.
Yeah, there's a new 4K. Hold on, I can send it to you. I tweeted it.
You did?
I did.
I'm
I
looking
can't help
it up.
myself.
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden he puts on the glass. He's like, I got to see this.
Memo needs to see.
I'll
you,
send it
here,
to
it's
you,
the
Ray, one
mileage.
second.
Oh, send it to me. Yes.
I will.
Well, send it so I can share, or you can like
Okay,
share
Darkseid first.
share your screen. But do you have like or you could share the screen too if you wanted to. But no, but yeah, let's definitely see that 4K image.
Here we
I'm
go.
down for that.
Oh yeah.
Let me send it to you, Dave.
He said, "Oh yeah, oh okay, yeah,
Oh boy.
Oh, wow, that is pretty. That is crisp. That is crisp. I'm gonna send it. All right, here I got too many tabs open. Let me
That's
share
beautiful.
the screen right here.
That's beautiful.
All right, look at this. Wow,
Wow.
wow.
While we're on the topic of pictures, that's
it
just
is.
gorgeous. That's just
Look at
gorgeous.
that. Look at that, guys. Man.
Woo!
Woo. Beautiful.
They
Beautiful.
don't have moisturizer on Apocalypse, I take it.
Nah,
No,
nah.
I'm in dire need of skincare,
Yeah.
quite obviously.
Yeah, you're looking
Pretty
a little
much-
dry.
Yeah,
Look-
pretty much everybody from Apocalypse is like in line for a Jergens commercial.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh man,
That'd be the
there's
thing,
a
like,
new campaign.
Darkseid comes out of like moisturizing sesh and has skin as smooth and soft as Meg's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and then the next thing people are going to want to know is like, how did he get his pecs to, have the Omega symbol perfectly on there? What kind of workouts caused it where it just formed muscles right there? And what caused the inflammation,
Yeah, that goes back to a bike accident.
Oh, is that what it
When
is?
he was 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And speaking of being 9, I have to say, I just got to say just for a moment, the picture of me that you have in this sort of floral shirt on the promo thing, that's a picture of me playing Bottom in a production of Midsummer Night's Dream in 2008.
Oh,
in 2008?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was
I
I was playing Bottom in a kind of a 60s Midsummer Night's Dream. And that is right after I climb out of a real Volkswagen bus on stage. And I saw when I saw the promo for it, I saw that pair. I was like, Jesus, can we find some older pictures of me? My God.
That's the picture that everyone uses every time
Everybody
I see it.
I know.
Everybody uses it. And so they look at that, and then I go on the stream and they view the wreckage that I am now.
No.
And they're like, what the hell happened to him?
Well, you know what? When it comes to that picture, I thought it was perfect because you're looking and it's like you're looking at me holding a bottle and Darkseid's behind us. I thought it just kind of fit, because there was other ones too. I was like, okay, I could just have like the standard one where it's a headshot.
God, man.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's just a really old photo from a play at the Oregon Shakespeare Festival. And I believe that picture was taken by Jenny Graham, who was the OSF photographer at the time. Gotta give her credit.
Well, now we know the history. Well, okay, so the next time you come on the Vodka stream, I swear I will not use that picture, Ray.
I will pose like that in a different way, and people will be like,
yes, I'll request a picture. I'm like, just pose, and then I'll do the magic that I can.
Yeah, and I'm either gonna look like some really sketchy dude behind a dumpster at a KFC, or like,
so specific. I pictured that in my head.
This is a funny phenomenon, and you will. Those of you who are youngins are gonna find this out as you get older. You go through all of this crap, like in your 20s, where you're like, I look ugly. I'm terrible looking. I'm blah, 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 blah. And then a few years goes by and you go back and look at a picture and you're like, I was a babe. Why didn't I know that at the time? I mean, I'm not saying that particular photo is babular, but I mean, Jesus, look at the,
Yeah.
I can't.
It's not. It's not that much. Right? Trust me, it's fine.
I'll send you a new photo, dude.
Yeah. Yes. The next time, though, yes, we'll get in. But I mean, I think it's just like when you Google search, it's a little few and far. There's not like some good crisp ones, and I'm like, that was a crisp.
No.
Photo.
There's also another one where it comes up in a YouTube video sometimes because like I looked it up once, and so it keeps coming up. In the midst of all the relentless, do you want to subscribe to YouTube? Which, by the way, if I can just take a moment and speak to YouTube, hi YouTube, I'm not going to subscribe. Okay, stop asking. It's not going to happen. It's getting embarrassing. Anyway, stop stalking me. But there's this photo where I'm in the middle of some conversation and I've got the geekiest, dorkiest look on my face. So they're like, Ray Porter is Darkseid. And I'm like, it's so embarrassing.
Oh God,
it's terrible.
I know. I mean, that's one of the things. Like when your face gets out there, and then people use like, there's been times too where I've like been welcome on other streams, and they use a picture, and I'm like, really, you had to use that one? It's like,
I've never liked pictures of me. Again, thank God for CGI.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody gets that, everybody has that.
I don't think Meg does.
Huh?
What?
I don't think Meg does. I think Meg is the picture of beauty.
No.
And I've not seen a bad photo of that face.
As beautiful as she
Woody
is.
post a bad picture.
Oh, okay. Well, there is that. Yeah.
No.
Mine always looks somewhere between the DMV and like, a vague police sketch of,
Another fan question from Bradley.
Yes, let's do
said,
fan questions, please.
Yes, Bradley Latham. He said, "What was your reaction when you found out you'd be Darkseid, and what was your personal experience being a part of this movement?" Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much stuff that we've kind of already covered, but
Good questions, but I'll try to thumbnail it. And also
Yeah.
that the other question, which I didn't answer, and I'm terribly sorry that I.
oh
went
yeah,
off on
the
a tangent.
iconic voices.
What are some iconic voices?
Yeah.
And there's so many. There's so many actors that I really, really admire. And if I just take it down to like the voice, oftentimes it'll be as a certain role or in a certain, performance or whatever. I mean, obviously, Michael Ironsides, Andre Braugher, these are pipes of the ages, Clancy Brown. Jesus, what a voice. There's so many incredible actors and incredible voice actors. It would be very hard to pick one, but I take inspiration from what I admire, and I tend to admire a lot of people. Bit of a slut that way. My personal experience with this has been strange, unique, never to be forgotten, filled with gratitude, and I'm humbled pretty much every day by the experience, by the fans. As I said before, the positive tenacity of the fans, the kindness, the art that I see getting posted on Twitter every day, the endeavors of people to not only make this film, this experience happen for me. Thank you. But for suicide prevention, I mean, y'all have actually tangibly saved lives.
Right.
And it's just because you decided to fight for what you want in a good way.
Yes.
Huge, vast.
Very
and
huge.
again, I don't think anything's ever been seen before. So
no, when it comes to a Fandom, I mean, yeah, it's amazing. Over $500,000, and we're not going to stop. Even when the movie comes out, we're not stopping. We're not stopping. It's always going to be a thing. It's not. It's. Yeah,
I mean, the fans have a long history of getting what they want. So if you guys want the story to keep going,
right? All right, we got some more people that are going to be joining here. We got somebody who has also a lovely voice, Mr. Scott McClellan. What's up?
Hey, Scott.
How you doing? And then we got a little trio going on over here that's going to be watching some BVS. Comes home. Look at that. We got Amanda right here.
How's it going?
And then, of course, we got Mr. Garza. What is up, sir? From
Hello.
Texas. Hey.
Mid-swig. Nice.
Hey, nice shirt there, Joey. What's going on?
Hello, buddy.
Yeah, good shirt, man. I've got that one downstairs. I decided not to wear a Darkseid shirt tonight.
You know what?
That'd be a little
odd. You know what's funny about that, Ray? I'm literally wearing a shirt that has my fucking face on it right now, holding a vodka bottle. So I kind of wish you did wear that Darkseid.
Sorry, dude. Yeah.
I just love the inception that I've got going on that I'm wearing the same
yes,
shirt with a poster over my shoulder.
Yes.
Are you anywhere near the Burbank area so that you can
I'm in Alabama. I am so far away from the Burbank area.
Okay. Because that'd be great just to get the layers of we could put the Hans Zimmer music up, it'd be amazing.
Like that Macaulay Culkin T-shirt thing.
Yes.
When he was sending pictures back and forth.
Like one of those infinity mirrors where it keeps going back.
And then just add on the layer that Victor was in the chat. So I just I was like, please, Victor, still be in the chat when you can see all your stuff that I've got going on right now.
I saw that he was in there earlier, and I displayed his super chat, which thank you, Victor. But yeah, it's so great that he was he got his poster out there in Burbank. I mean, my God,
I drove out specifically because I knew right where that was. It's across from the Bob's Big Boy in Burbank, where I used to take my classic Mustang every Friday night. Nice. Back in the days when we could all go out and play, and I would go to car shows, but I knew right where it was. And I was like, I got to get out of the house anyway. So I went and saw it and took a photo. I did take a selfie with it, but the picture was Oh, Jesus. So I just put the picture of the poster.
Man.
Yeah.
All right. We also got Mr. Ben Everett's joining.
What's up?
Second of
my shirt.
He got the other Darkseid shirt. There you
yes.
go.
Love it.
I was going to ask Ray, whenever Zach was talking about Darkseid and all that stuff, did you actually see any of those whiteboards that were on display in the art exhibit?
Do you know, I probably did at some point or another, but didn't really register it at the time. I mean, if it was around, if it was in the office, although if that was on a super secret thing in his office at Warner Brothers and it was in the floor, I never saw a big whiteboard. So I think it was probably in the floor when I was in there. His office at Warner Brothers was like the coolest place I've ever been in my life. I mean, props and like this industrial stuff and weights and like it was like the most perfect dude office you'd ever want in your life. I was like, I want to live here. It was so cool. But no, I did not see those boards, and I certainly didn't scrutinize them until I was able to look at them online.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. That was the follow-up question. Is surely you know now what you are doing to the league, right?
Basically, yeah.
Can you share?
No. I mean, it would. I just, it'd be fun to. It'd be really fun to follow through with my intentions. Obviously,
right?
I agree.
Jeez, I think we all agree. My God, I mean, reading those storyboards and just seeing where the story was heading, especially with the nightmare world and then the present. I mean, the way that like I said, last night, I literally recorded reading all that in like a storyteller form. I don't know if it's gonna work because I don't know. I mean, like I said, like Zach said, you should read them, Ray, and just like read that whole thing out, like in a like you're reading a bedtime story or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a bedtime. Good Night Moon, as read by Darkseid.
Exactly.
It would be funny.
I'll sign up for that.
Yeah.
Because Zach has like emphasized Darkseid so much with the shirts, with the Funkos, with all of this merchandise. I would not be shocked, and I don't know if this is going to happen. But I mean, if we're getting character trailers, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Darkseid trailer, like a little snippet of Darkseid.
I don't know. I think he's going to stick with the actual team, as far as the teasers and things, because I was thinking about this earlier today, actually, after seeing the Batman one yesterday and the Superman one today, and reading those boards and all of that and the stuff that I just sort of I think everybody kind of generally knows this anyway, but to me, one of the fundamental differences in his storytelling when you're talking about superheroes is there's a lot of superheroes that you admire and it's like, gosh, I'd like to be like him, or whatever. With Zach's telling of these characters, you look and you're like, I actually am him, those are very real human things going on. I've felt like that. It's much more accessible. You get more involved into the story, and I love that. I love how intricate the stories are and how ultimately human and relatable these characters are. I don't know that we really want to know about Darkseid's rich inner life.
What are you talking about? I want to see when he went to school. Did he get picked on? What's happening?
Did he get picked on?
What's his relationship with his uncle? Like, why is he so adamant about his uncle just being like,
exactly. You guys, can I go for just a minute? Yes. I need to say goodnight to my son, and I will be right back.
Sure. Okay. I'll be right back. Take your time. All right. Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Dave, real quick. Do you know how fucking pissed I am?
I hope you're fucking.
Oh, I've been waiting for this.
That you did not bring up two things.
Go ahead.
But then you brought up one, so I wasn't really. Was the storyboards? I just wanted to hear him talk about Bruce and Lois banging. That's all. That's all I cared about.
That's all you wanted to hear.
Yeah, he's been fixated on that for the past 3 weeks.
Has he? Of course.
No, what? I mean, surely that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, that's.
He went about. Well, the thing is like that's gonna be a whole other fucking interview with him. I mean, I mean, I was like, I saw everybody. I saw the chat. They're like storyboards, and I'm like, and I was like, man, I mean, like he's got to leave like sooner. I'm like, all right, I have to bring this up, the storyboards, and thankfully he answered a little bit. But I think there's gonna probably be a moment where he's like, I think he even said where, hey, we could talk about that on a whole different.
Well, I mean, he made it a point. He made it a point to say who wrote those out. By the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, now we know. We know whose handwriting that is.
Right. Which, I mean, that's a weird. Like, I'm not trying to cause anything or stir anything out, but that is a weird thing to just say, right? I mean, like, at the end of the day, Jim Lee was drawing it, and you had another comic book writer writing it. So, is that intentional? Was that okay? Well, Jeff is the one that's coming up with the dialogue that's in those boards. You get what I mean?
Terrio. It's got to be Terrio.
Yeah. Well, how could it be Terrio? Because he's not involved. Like Zach is the one planning the story out.
Yeah, but I thought like Terrio. I thought it was exclaimed that Terrio. It was from. I don't know. I thought there was something that was.
All it was an outline.
They wrote the story, like they talked about the story, but the actual the drawings were from Jim Lee, and then I didn't know that until he just said it. But the lettering was, I love how he just casually dropped that. He's like, oh yeah, Jeff Johns lettered that. Like, wow.
I know, and the entire chat was just,
don't do this to me.
Like, as soon as I heard that, I was like, "Oh fuck him! I don't care. I don't want to see him anymore."
Twitter was on fire after that. I was like, "What?" Mm-hmm. He caught a lot of people by surprise. But I think it's okay that he disclosed that information, because then what if he would have come out through other channels?
Well, no, but he didn't want. I mean, that storyboard has Deadshot in it when we know that Deathstroke and Joker are involved. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, but he made that a point that was essentially a pitch that was essentially something that wasn't going to be what it is, so it's not spoilery. Remember when there's like a lot of people that were thinking that it was like spoilery, and it's like, no, it's not. Essentially, I mean, there's going to be elements that, of course, that are going to be used.
Right. Well, the only thing that's going to be used from that entire arc.
Yeah. I think people don't fully understand. People don't fully understand like what he's doing or what he's going to do with this also, because like, not that he's not interested in doing Justice League 2 and 3. I'm sure he is and would love to do it, but he's not gonna post a portion of that every week for the next 3 years, like hoping that he can drum up enough excitement to get those. Like, it's a poker game, and he just put his hand on the table.
Yeah.
And he's like, so we're gonna get Justice League in a couple weeks, and now we have this, and it's like, this is what is on the table. Take it or leave it. I'm gonna go make zombie movies. Let me know if you're interested.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy.
Thank you. That was my son calling to say goodnight, and priorities,
Did you read him
Darkseid voice? Yeah.
I didn't do Goodnight Moon as Darkseid for him. I can tell you this, back when, because I narrate audiobooks, right? And,
I'm reading Dune Lords. I'm listening to you read me Dune Lords.
Really?
From the beginning, yes.
Wow, that's going back some years.
It is. You're so great. You sound younger. Like, you sound years ago. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, I am younger, definitely. I seriously, I'm about as old as the picture that Dave's got of me on this.
Sorry.
Anyway, when he was very, very tiny, I would read to him, and I just remember one night I'm reading to him, and I feel this little hand pat me on the arm and like, "Daddy, don't do voices. Just, don't do voices. Just tell the story." No. I'm like, people pay a lot of money to hear me do voices. I don't do the voices. Okay, no problem.
I'm the exact opposite in my house, because my wife only has one voice. She's like her father that way. So the boys only want me reading, because they're like, Daddy does it better. So, no, my wife acknowledges, like, I have the one voice my father has. Yes,
you should do like an episode of The Voice. Have each of you go out and like read something, and they can turn in their chairs on who they want to like. It did. Going away did afford me a chance to get a glass of whiskey, so I feel like I'm drinking with the grown-ups now, which is great.
Thank you.
There it is. So, cheers, sir.
Cheers. Sláinte.
Showing off my fanboy clay cup.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
That's gorgeous.
Where
did you get that? Is that from Ink to the People or
no? This is Fanboy Clay on Twitter. He is a longtime listener of my podcast, and he started. And he started.
Oh my God, you've got one too.
Yeah, it's a. Well, I will probably DM him right now, and because he has an Etsy shop, and 5% of all of his weekly proceeds goes to AFSP.
Okay, yeah, yes, more information about him because I like that. That's super cool.
I will tweet at you right now. As a matter of fact,
please, yeah, that's super cool. By the way, those of you interested in Scotch. Kalila. You'll thank me later.
Yes, I will.
It does
smoky, peaty.
Very smoky. It's like a campfire. It's super smooth. It's obviously got some peaty, but it's just straight smoke.
Love it.
Oh yeah,
it's good.
I'm a big fan.
Okay,
that's good.
So. Just hit you up with his handle, so you'll be aware.
Oh, he moved. Okay.
I will look him up. That's super cool.
Yeah,
my house is rapidly filling with merch and T-shirts.
Yeah,
that'll happen.
I mean, there's stuff that's coming out. I mean, Scott gets like everything, and I have to like go. Okay, maybe I'll wait. There's like times where I'm like, maybe I'll wait.
I mean, I've got my old school Darkseid Pop Funko that I bought on eBay a long time ago because, like, I don't care if nobody knows I was in the movie. I do. I'm getting one. And then I just ordered, the 2 new ones. I ordered 2 because you couldn't order any more of the. My house is getting full of these things. It's a little weird.
And there's going to be more stuff. Watch.
Yeah, an entire wall to her left.
I've been privileged to be able to buy people's art, which makes me really happy. People have been very kind and offered like, "Oh, I'll hook you up for free." It's like, you're an artist. You made this. I'm paying you money for this. I appreciate. It's very kind to offer to like send me swag. I love that. But if it's something that a person created, it's like you need the respect that goes with paying an artist. Damn it. Yeah. So I like that.
Wait, speaking of artists, know that what was it, Joey? What was the joke?
Scrambled existence.
Oh, this guy.
What?
The scrambled existence joke. Meg is like, God, Amanda.
Scrambled existence.
Scrambled existence.
I just wanted to point out an artist doing their art.
I love it.
Comedy is
that was A, ridiculously brilliant and funny, and B, so stupidly fast it took my breath away.
Right?
I mean, give me 24 hours and you'll get a partially acceptable stick figure.
Yes.
But this was like gorgeous and shaded and just
True.
I loved it.
It's crazy.
Well, I gotta ask, since I was gonna ask, I wanted to ask this because it looks like to me, at least from what it's looking like in the trailers, and even with that latest trailer where we see Darkseid in his cathedral of sorts. I mean, did you know how involved Darkseid? Like, did you read the script, like the full script, or did you only read Darkseid?
I read the full script a couple of times, actually, and also did some things, and then there was some things that were added a little bit later. Not a lot, but some things that were added a bit later that I did. And Zach also was great about describing kind of what was going on. Like I knew about Granny Goodness way before anybody else did.
Oh man, God.
I didn't know about it.
You know about the other new gods then, right?
That
was a good one.
But it's super exciting. I mean, when he was describing it to me about like, okay, and then just to hear and then you do this, and then you do this, and then you're walking, to your throne. And I'm like, so cool. But obviously, because all of it is CGI, right. I don't know, like I said, a long time ago, I kind of knew what Darkseid looked like because of an early sort of rendering of him, and that really helped me find the voice. But I didn't know anything about any of the other stuff. And so when I was doing the scenes with Kieran and with Peter Guinness, we're in these clingy lycra suits with cameras on our heads pointing at our faces and like acting, and you just have to do it. I mean, that's the deal with most of that stuff, green screen and all that other stuff. So it's all kind of like, wow, it's, I can't wait to see what it's going to be like. So every single time anything has come up in a preview, I have this double thing of like, oh, that's really cool, and look at me. All at the same time.
I mean, that when the trailer came out, I mean, I don't think anybody was expecting like, oh yeah, there's just, hey, Darkseid and Granny Goodness is right behind him. I mean, everybody was just like, and it's funny too, because it's just like, I should have asked Zach when he was here, like, what just made you like go, hey, let's throw that in the trailer, just to fucking, I mean, I think he it's just funny because I think he just is going, you know what, why not? Let's just throw that in there.
Honestly, I think he knows his audience. He knows his audience. He knows the joy that people are going to experience.
Oh, people were talking about Granny Goodness,
picking that stuff apart, and like, and the thing with the mother boxes with the Tom Waits music and like all the symbology in there. I mean, it's like a scavenger hunt. It's really fun. I've said, I mean, Meg and Amanda, you've definitely heard me talk about this. I love going on to YouTube and watching the reactions to the stuff, and seeing how excited people are. My mom has started to do it. My mother has started to go on YouTube. Look at reactions of people, because it's, I mean, how could you not? The excitement and the joy and the happiness and welcome, Ryan. Welcome.
I have a question about the villains. To be fair, I'm also kind of team villains.
Yeah.
Do Zack and Debbie know?
Do Zack
and Debbie know that they make the villains so sexy? Like, is that an
intentional seriously though?
Or is that just byproduct?
Y'all are thirsting for Desaad, aren't you? And his fabulous skincare.
Oh man.
Actually, the wolf and the electro axe, but
hey, I stand Granny Goodness. I'm just saying.
Hey now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Certainly it's never been communicated to me of like, hey, you're gonna be bad, but also spicy. There's never any
bad, but bad.
Bad but good. No, there was never anything like that. However, if you consider how seductive evil is, I think that there's something to that.
Yeah.
How attractive that can be. And again, as I said before, there, no villain worth his salt thinks he's a villain.
True.
Right. They think they're always in the right. I mean, that's the sign
absolutely.
Yeah.
So you said you were in a room with Ciaran and Peter Guinness, which means, and that would entail that was, pretty evident. Like, it wasn't just a whole like one-time thing, right? I mean, it was
Kieran and Peter and I.
Oh, Kieran, yeah, sorry.
Did it. That's okay. Did a couple of scenes together in that, and then we also did individual things, as well at that time. So,
okay, we got one more person.
You said that you read the
Alex, Mr.
What
Alex. Good drink.
Boy, did I not wear the right thing tonight.
I know. Like, see, I wore my face on my shirt.
I'm not going to wear me. I'm gonna talk about guitars I like. Everybody else is Darkseid rock.
You didn't get the memo.
Nobody communicated this to me. We couldn't have done it in an email.
I know. You didn't get the memo? You didn't get the
No, I'm just, I'm
damn it, it must have got lost in the damn it.
Dave, I think that means you need to send him a Dave shirt so he can wear like an exclusive.
Hey Ray, I have a question, Ray.
Oh, look at that. Now it's Steven's wearing.
I feel like I need to get mine on.
I know, seriously.
I forgot mine.
No,
I'm
take it
seeing
away.
Come on, Scott. Come on, Scott. Go get it.
Different. Hold on.
No, Scott's already got a dark side.
Hold on.
Hey,
Ben,
You gotta get this one.
Ben, ask your question.
hey.
Oh God. Yes.
I got Darkseid on the back of my laptop here. I got him right up here. We're good.
Great. Nice.
Yeah. Darkseid everywhere.
Be right back.
Ray
there you go.
Yay!
You know
Ray
what?
is watching me every time I record. He's always there.
And I really wish you would stop doing that. Sorry.
That's good.
No, never apologize.
Listen, I
never apologize.
I made a point where I wasn't going to wear this. Period. Like,
Oh my God!
Fresh and brand new. That's why it looks so like.
Isn't it great? I've got 1 or 5 of those.
Yeah. So I figured I might as well just join. But
hell yes.
Ben, what were you gonna say?
Sorry, you had a question. Yes.
Oh no, yeah, I was gonna ask because you said that you read the entire script twice.
A couple times, yeah.
Okay, is there something that you can share without giving anything away that you say, okay, holy shit, this is my favorite part of the entire movie?
Before you answer, Ben he's hard of hearing in the right ear. So
okay. So nice and loud.
Yeah.
Superman's in it. No, Ben, I really wish I could, and I cannot wait until after the movie's out, and maybe we can all gather around here together and dance around the fire about it and talk about it. But I don't want to give away anything until we all see it. Yeah, there's stuff in there that I love. There's also stuff that has developed that I now love, and I am as entertained and as excited and as thrilled by what I'm seeing just in the teasers. I freaked out when I saw the tank.
War machine. The war machine.
Seriously.
Yeah, man.
Well, like you said, it's like Zach knows his audience. He's like, yeah, my audience is gonna know exactly where I pulled that from, and we all fucking like wait,
chapter and verse, man.
Wait,
yeah.
I'm like, did he just show us the tank? Yeah,
that's the thing. That's the thing that really, I mean, more than anything else, I've talked about my gratitude for the fans. My absolute respect for the knowledge of the fans is overwhelming, because like I'm watching these video reactions of the previews, and people are like, no, that one first appeared in 1972 in this comic. I'm like, and it's that encyclopedic knowledge that I really, really am. I'm serious. I'm serious. I think it's super cool. Why are you hiding?
That's that guy there.
Scott, like when it comes to the block stream,
notes, Cliff notes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Understand, I come from 20 years of working at a Shakespeare theater where that kind of encyclopedic knowledge was vital and important. You know, I mean, we actually had someone there in rehearsals. So you'd be like, what does this line mean? And they would say, well, flip. In the bad quarto, it says this, and it could mean this. It's that encyclopedic sort of knowledge that I absolutely respect. Look, I mean, I'm fascinated by what fascinates other people. Anyway, I've always been an admirer of people who dig comics. I never was really into comics in that way, but I always respected the people who were, because that's a hell of a lot of real estate in your house, you know, for people with like a serious collection.
Does he need to see it?
Yes, he does.
Yes.
Okay.
How many audiobooks does the man transcribe?
B, you're dealing with really fragile ephemera.
All right, look at this, Ray. Look at this. Is Scott's
he has a
collection.
serious problem, by the way.
Let's see if I can make it good. Yeah,
Look at all that.
By the power of grace.
Class 4 recording.
Oh man,
Jesus wept.
Wow.
That's impressive.
And there's another room.
There's another room.
Oh my god!
Look at Alex.
I love it. I love it. I think this is. I'm sorry. I think it's super cool.
No, it's awesome. It's awesome. That's what, like, when it comes to the Vodka Stream panel, and when Scott's on it, like, he knows exactly, like, when you have to, like, oh, what is that from? He's like, boop, and then he'll like pull it up. He'll be like, here it is. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I know that from that angle you can't quite tell, but every single thing that you just saw is within arm's reach. If you just reach it,
Yes.
Why would it not be? Why would it not be?
I don't know how he does it, but Scott, show us.
yeah.
So, reach up and grab something.
Do it.
Darkseid's first appearance. Jimmy Olsen's friend, 1972.
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh my God! It's actually happening.
It's happening.
No.
Yeah,
He's gonna find something. He's going to find something. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh man. I mean,
Maybe
even
I'm
like
exaggerating.
Oh,
I feel
even
like dick because I only just learned that myself.
I mean, even last week with we had Junkee XL on here. I mean, he like
Yeah.
pulled up like stuff that. Oh, there it is. Here we go.
Oh my god, you found it already?
You only thought they were joking.
Oh.
Dude.
Yeah.
Look at that. Now,
This is 1,536 pages of Jack Kirby genius. That's what this is.
I defer to your genius, sir. That's marvelous.
Comedic knowledge, right?
There you are.
Look at
Hey,
There he is.
Hey.
So beautiful.
there he is. There he is. Do you know I went to a local comic book shop here in Pasadena because I wanted to get some Darkseid comics because I thought it might be a decent idea to, study a bit. I was wearing my Darkseid shirt, the one that you have on. Sorry, Memo's got to put on his glasses again. Mr. Garza, the shirt you have on, I was wearing that exact same shirt. And I walk in, and they only had two that were, there. And so I grabbed them and I took them to the counter, and the guy's ringing them up and he's looking at my shirt and he's ringing them up and he's looking at my shirt. And I could tell that he's just, you get the feeling the guys who run comic book shops have seen a lot of shit.
Yeah.
They got stories. Oh my god, they got stories.
Oh, you don't even know.
Seen some shit. So I didn't think there'd be a comment really. And I left with my mask on, like, nobody knows. But anyway, it's overwhelming to come in late to the game, playing a role that people have so much invested in for such a long time. And the only thing that I can do is be a student about it. It's like, if you know something that I don't, then there you go. I as an actor was playing the script, playing the story. I couldn't, I obviously couldn't bring all that baggage with me, like doing Shakespeare. Somebody may have done the most definitive Tullus Ophidius. If I think about that, then my work is going to suffer. I have to pretend like it's the very first time those words have ever been spoken. They don't matter as much if it isn't that way. Mm-hmm. So for me to do it and then go back and have all this information, and there's been a couple of times reading where I'm like, oh, I wish it's better I didn't. But there's that thing of like, wow, this informs so much. And again, I've got mad respect for people that have that much knowledge about anything, frankly. It's one of my favorite topics of conversation is like, what are you into? What's the thing you like? Because that's always fascinating to me.
It really is.
So when you read them to yourself, do you read it out loud?
Yeah.
You do the voice when you're reading it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on, you have to.
You got to do it.
In the mirror.
No. I actually have a question. I know that you read scripts for Zack, right?
I did for the film. Yeah.
Okay. When you read scripts for him, does he want just the dialogue? Does he want the stage direction? Does he want you to do voices?
Typically, when you're reading a screenplay, you include everything. So, from fade in.
Everything.
I'm not sure. Can you You just grab the script and show us what you like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Go to your favorite part.
Listen, I tell you what, to keep you occupied, here's my credit card number while I'm looking.
What's your blood type?
Yeah.
It was when I was there, it was Zach, it was Chris, Deborah was there. There was a time when he brought in a bunch of actors to just local Americans who happen to be living in London, actors, to read all of the characters, and I read the stage directions and Darkseid at the end of it, although I didn't know I was cast in that role yet. So kind of happened that way. And yeah, as Zach said, hey, can you do this voice? Sure. And I figured I'd just be a placeholder, until they got, a name.
Okay.
And there we go.
Before you continue, Scott you have to bounce. Was it the kid?
Yes. My kids are participating in a superhero fun run in the morning for cancer research.
My God.
Well, that's a perfect reason.
How old are your children?
8, 5, and 7 months. And so,
dude, wow. I'm amazed you're awake. I have one child who's 13, and that's amazing.
Oh, that's because the 7-month-old has become quite the superstar on Dave's channel.
Yes.
He's made an appearance on the Vodka stream.
Fantastic.
Times. Yeah.
So we have to be at the high school at 7:30 in the morning. Okay. So I have got to go.
Okay.
But Mr. Porter,
please tell your children from me that the fact that they're doing this for cancer research, I don't care who they're dressed like, they are actually superheroes. And thank them for doing this.
I will do it.
Good. And post pictures of them in their
yes.
Oh, I always. Oh, trust me.
Yes,
good.
Definitely will.
So you guys have a great night. So
Thanks
good to
for being
see you
here,
again,
man.
Ray.
Bye, Scott.
Good to see
Bye.
you.
All right, take it easy, Scott. Thank you for joining. Love you, Scott. All right,
Ray. Just to let you know, I have a 13-year-old, and I showed her the Batman little teaser. Like I was so gung ho. Like my daughter, she watched the very first trailer of Justice League, and this is before anybody knew anything, right? And
wow.
My daughter, I've done a lot of Miyagiing her with film watching and how she understands film and all that. Like she's a huge Tarantino fan.
Forward, rewind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She's like a big Tarantino fan. She's a big Snyder fan. BVS
cool.
Yeah. So she's like very into it, and so
you're raising her.
We watched the first Justice League film. Or not the first Justice League film, the first Justice League trailer, and there was a trailer that showed like Cyborg and his dad. He was trying to help his dad, and the trailer ends, and my daughter turns to me and she's like, "I think Silas is gonna die," and I was like, "What?" Like she said that like before anybody had even considered that, and this is she was like 8 or 9 or whenever they came out, and so.
Back when the original Justice League trailers came
out. Yeah, that's how long ago it was, and so
that's crazy.
This little teaser, I didn't tell her who was I didn't tell her like who was featured in the trailer, right? I just showed it, and all of a sudden she hears your line and she goes, oh, "That's Darkseid," and I was like, "Dude, like she is on point. She's so excited, and
that's so cool.
Yeah, man, she's excited to see everything. Like she geeks out." Just like me, I feel like she's a replicant.
Hi, Avery.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
your dad.
Yeah. I hope that this COVID stuff quiets down so we can all be in the same room together at some point.
Oh yeah.
It'll happen. It'll happen.
Yeah, she sounds very smart.
Yeah, she's so much cooler than me because she has no filters. Like she doesn't understand like why people wouldn't like
everything. He said very carefully.
Yeah.
Like, guys, tell us what you really think.
Yeah, no, like she's so like I can't even explain it. Like, dude, she puts BVS on to do her homework. Like, she's like, I gotta put that on the background.
Just the fact that she cares, how wonderful is that? And I don't know. I'm all for kids. I don't care. I mean, I'm all for kids finding something that engages them and excites them, and that they're into. I think that's great.
Yeah, she did her English project on Greek mythology. Like that was the whole thing. She was like hero's journey. All of this stuff. And so
there you go.
Of course, I had to help her. So it was just. I mean, she studied on Man of Steel and BVS, and it's just like. she's in 7th grade. I'm like, I didn't even have that kind of stuff when I was in 7th grade. Like, I can only imagine what that's like.
That's marvelous. Yeah, that's incredible. More people should read.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really good.
Actually, what's funny too is that she overcame dyslexia because what we did was we started watching everything with closed captions and subtitles.
Brilliant.
Oh, wow.
And so
Brilliant.
and that actually really helped out tremendously. And so now she reads this new book. She read a book last night that she wasn't supposed to, that I bought for her. She wasn't supposed to read it. It's like 200 plus pages. She read it in 2.5 hours. She stayed up until 1 a.m.
She's a voracious reader. That's what I was. I actually had somebody contact me through audiobook stuff who said, I've gotten a real handle on my dyslexia by purchasing physical copies of the books that you're narrating and reading along as I hear it. And that was so gratifying to hear that it's like, wow, that actually, like helped somebody help themselves. That's really exciting and really super cool. I love that. I love hearing about a kid who reads. It's gonna, the more kids who read now are going to fix things in the future.
Yes, not just reading their Instagram.
Children who are capable of critical thinking is what this society needs. So
Alex, hey, do you have any? Yeah, I mean, like you came in and we're like, have you?
I mean, seriously, I feel like we've been yammering, but we haven't actually done questions. I love talking with you guys, but I would like to answer.
I mean, Alex, you're you're new to the panel. Obviously, like I've talked to you many times, and then like welcome to the panel. You've always posted that you've always ready to drink on the Vodka stream, so here you are. And here you are with Darkseid. No pressure. No pressure.
No. I know. I'm just like I'm soaking it in. Like I'm still flabbergasted just seeing Scott's man cave. Just all those comments.
Yeah, I know.
I can't believe it.
I know that's a bit. That's really cool.
It was a little overwhelming. To say the least.
Yeah, you look at that. It just puts anything else to shame. I got like one little bookshelf right here. I'm like, hey Scott, look at this.
I have my Batman watch on.
Oh, look at that.
Here, hold on. It's my Batman watch.
There you go.
Nice.
Man, I don't even have a Batman watch. See, I'm lagging. Jeez, I'm a disappointment. But Alex, do you have anything? Any questions or anything?
That one I can answer.
You basically answered everything that's been going on, just going through the script reading and so forth. I'm just enjoying the ride right now.
Kind of hanging out.
I think we're all.
About his TikToks over the last few weeks. He's been one of our champion TikTokers.
So cool.
You have any pancake mix hanging around, Alex?
Wait, what was that, Amanda?
You have any pancake mix laying around?
Oh, no.
Pancake mix? All right, you're going to have to explain this.
Elaborate.
Well, you took it on TikTok, Dave.
Sounds like there was a code.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
No, it actually is not, it's not a code. He made it sound like a code.
No, it's not a code.
It's literally.
It's not a code. It's literally pancake mix.
No, it's not a code. It was, I decided to be Tony Montana for just one of the TikTok videos on H4
Yeah.
And I learned pancake mix. Putting up your nostrils do not mix whatsoever.
No! Just tell the police you were making sinus pancakes.
Essentially. And just explain to my wife, why is there powder everywhere?
Yeah.
What are you doing at work?
As I call them, the second best kind of pancake.
He came out of the front door with a super squirter and said, "Say hello to my little friend." He had pancake mix on his face. We're not arresting him. We just need to hold him for observation for a little while.
Yeah, where were you when I needed that?
I'm sorry, man. I was late. I had other stuff going on. I apologize.
Yeah, I was going to say speaking of code.
Amazing webhead. Thank you.
Yeah. I was going to say, speaking of code, Zach basically just invited you to his place to go watch the film. I don't know if you heard that, but I did. Because I got jealous.
I did.
So don't forget to text him.
Yeah,
I did. I actually did text him.
When you looked down after he left the screen, and when you looked down at your phone, I was like, he's texting him right now.
I was just texting him. All I did was I just texted him, "Thank you."
Yeah.
I didn't say, "Let me see the movie."
Ray, you've mentioned so many times graciously, as you always do, that you find other people and other cultures so interesting, and that you think what other people are into is like you want to learn about that. So
endlessly entertaining.
What are you into that we don't know yet?
Oh wow! Wow.
That you can tell us on this.
Everybody asks about Darkseid. No one ever asks how Darkseid is.
Exactly. What makes? Yeah, let's get in touch with Darkseid.
I'm a guitar player, as you can see by my Taylor shirt.
How Darkseid is.
I play guitar, mostly acoustic, Celtic music, folk. Thank you very much, Jason. It's very kind.
Yes.
What? Why'd you put me in timeout? What was that?
I don't know. I messed up.
Dominatrix stuff.
That was great. Sorry. We're good.
So what am I into? I play guitar. Play a lot of acoustic guitar, Celtic music, Mississippi Delta slide, folk, that sort of thing. Richard Thompson is a massive hero of mine. If you don't know him, look him up. I collect antiquarian books. I have several books pre-1700s that I've found over the years in different places. I have some books from the 1600s and things like that, and I love them. Talk about ephemera and caring for comic books. I mean, I can kind of appreciate like taking care of stuff. Big astronomy geek. Massive NASA geek, all things JPL, SpaceX, NASA, all that stuff. I'm just like silly about it. Photography, obviously I'm a big reader, but for pay and for pleasure. Just here in my apartment in Pasadena, and you guys are my only adult interaction.
Same, basically.
You picked the wrong group to hang out with.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Jesus.
Oh no, I'm a musician. What the fuck?
Well, you are. What do you play?
I'm a drummer.
You're a drummer.
Yeah, absolutely. So we could literally form a band. Fuck these other guys. Like,
man. Let's get on the road.
I see how it is.
I just got here.
That's the whole reason why. Like, I don't know if you listened to Junkee. If you listened to Junkee last week, we could literally us three, we could create wonders.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would mostly just sit in the back and smile because that's Junkee. You're cool and stuff.
Did you ask Junkee if he made you a theme? Because
I'm hoping he did. I'm really excited about that prospect.
Well, I mean, remember what he said though? He said he kind of like had like a villain full on theme that was like a combination. It was like Darkseid, Mother Boxes, Death Steppenwolf, which kind of had like a morphed up like I don't know. It's gonna be something amazing. Anytime
I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait to hear it. I'm looking forward to it, man. That first piece of music that came up, of his with that Lisa Gerrard vocal, because I've been a fan of hers since her Dead Can Dance days, like way back. Oh, dude, I have a really diverse collection of music. I have really diverse tastes. If somebody looked at my iTunes, they'd be like 6 people who don't talk to each other made this playlist. It's good music is good music. It just
What's the best polka?
Polka.
The best polka.
I just want to point out.
Polka. I must admit to a paucity of polka knowledge.
Steven, you gotta fix that.
There's the old standard, she's too fat for me. There's that one, but I don't know a lot of the others. Sadly, I'm woefully.
Do you need us to send you some Weird Al stuff? We'll send you.
I'm all good.
The only polka I know is Weird.
What about Weird Al polka?
Weird Al polka. There was there not a punk polka band in like the 80s?
Was there?
At least there was around when I was living here in LA. There was like a punk polka band.
I'm from that era. I don't remember. I'm from the era. I don't remember.
I'm with you, Bob. I don't remember either.
The era.
Fudging it by 10 years.
It may have just been here in LA, but I do recall they were pretty entertaining. They're pretty cool. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I think is really fascinating. What else?
How long have you been playing guitar?
Yeah.
Since I was like 14.
Nice.
Yeah. I started
inspirations? Any inspiration?
Richard Thompson is a huge inspiration of mine. There's a songwriter named John Gorka, who's on Twitter. He's also got a YouTube channel. He's doing an amazing thing right now because he, like so many other musicians, have not been able to be on the road under COVID. And his wife said, well, why don't you just video yourself doing a song a day and put it out there? And so, or maybe it's a song a week, but in any case, with great regularity, he posts something and it's just him and his guitar in his little studio. And I'm a huge fan of his. I love him. Big fan of like James Taylor and, a lot of the like acoustic dudes, but then, other influences, there's influences from classical music. There's, I'm a massive Rammstein fan.
Language now.
Love that stuff. Yeah, my son, actually, when he was very tiny, I had been at something and driven home late the night before, and I was to take him to preschool in the morning. And typically I would play Bob Marley's Three Little Birds in the car on the way to school because it's a nice, peaceful way to get into the day, and it was fun listening to a 3-year-old singing along, it was great. Unfortunately, I had forgotten that I was cranking Rammstein in the car when I got home. So he got into the car and I got him all strapped in, turned the car on, and, it was, Eins, zwei, I'm diving for the radio. He goes, I like this. I was like, okay. All right. Within 2 weeks, he could count to 10 in German because of Rammstein's song Sonne, which was hysterical. And then I heard the greatest words any father wants to hear coming from the back seat. Please, more Led Zeppelin, Daddy.
Yes.
That made me very happy. So a lot of 70s bands. I mean, Jesus, look at me. Of course, a lot of 70s bands. There's a ton
There's a t-shirt right there.
Ben brings the doo-wop back, he brings the doo-wop.
Doo-wop? No, I don't go that far back.
That's too old. He's big band.
I don't know. I don't go that far.
Yeah.
Before you said Zeppelin, I was thinking about how perfect they would they were talking about the Mother Box Darkseid Steppenwolf song, and I was like, that sounds like something Zeppelin would write.
Doesn't it a little bit? Yeah.
General sounds very right up Zeppelin's alley.
Well, he also talked about when him and Hans Zimmer were coming up with Wonder Woman's theme, they were very much trying to tap into Immigrant Song of Led Zeppelin,
which is really apt. Yeah. I mean, if I could make a request, I'd like Darkseid to come in during When the Levee Breaks.
Okay, Garza, make that trailer.
Yes, make that happen.
That's right. You got it. Garza's the trailer guy, and he knows how to make those trailers. So.
His phone right now, guys. He's
up in there.
Somebody who was unfamiliar with Zeppelin years ago asked me, what are they? And I said, okay, you take the old architects of American rock and roll, Son House, Robert Johnson, Mississippi Fred McDowell, all those old Delta blues players.
Wow.
They're massive influences. I love them. I play slide and do all that stuff. But I said, if Robert Johnson read The Lord of the Rings, that's Led Zeppelin, basically.
Oh, dude.
That's a good
right? Is it not?
Yes. No,
yeah. But there's I don't know, there's tons of stuff. I mean, I'm a big fan of UK grime. Are you guys familiar with UK grime at all?
Not really.
No.
There's an artist called Akala, Akala. Look him up. And then there's Stormzy as well, who's terrific. You should check him out as well. Yeah.
Definitely looking that up.
Look up. There's a video on YouTube, Akala Fire in the Booth, where he's freestyling over a beat on BBC Radio, and they filmed it, and it's Akala Fire in the Booth 1. Look that video up.
How do you spell Akala again?
Akala.
Akala.
Fire in the Booth 1, I believe it is. Oh, the dude's amazing.
Oh yeah, there it is right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's to answer your question in a really roundabout, really long-winded way. That's the stuff that interests me, Amanda. And how did we get here 7 years later? Continues.
No. It's 5 years later. That's the nightmare.
Yes.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Come on, man. You read the script.
I know. Or did I?
Anyway. And then we got Stairway to Apocalypse.
Stairway to Apocalypse.
There you go. That's what it
Stairway
should
to
be.
Apocalypse.
That's what Junkee XL. Yeah.
Houses of the Holy.
Well, no, I mean, I'm thinking. I was like when I was reading those boards, I was thinking Battle of Evermore.
Battle of Evermore is a great one.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
They got the mandolin in there.
Such
anything
a good
with
song.
mandolin. Yeah.
No, I mean,
that's what I always say. Anything with.
No, I mean the fact that we're gonna get like 4 hours of Junkee XL score. I don't.
Epic.
It's gonna be epic. I mean, the fact that he even said it. That's gonna be a record. I mean, how that's a Guinness Book of Records. Like, when does that ever happen in a film where it's like a composer gets released like all of that music? Usually they compress it onto like one little like normal like an hour, maybe hour plus like CD or something like that. He's gonna get the full 4 hours, 54 tracks, by the way. Wasn't it 54 of music that this man has created and he recreated?
I am looking forward to going to a concert hall someday and seeing an orchestra play that shit live.
Seriously,
next to Ray for that show.
We will all be with you with that. I'm not far from you. If you want to go,
let's do it.
I will join you to that. Jesus.
One of the coolest things I ever saw was at Royce Hall at UCLA years ago on Halloween. They did the old Dracula movie, the original Dracula movie, black and white, on a semi-transparent screen with Philip Glass and the Kronos Quartet playing his composition as a soundtrack for the movie. It was
Philip Glass playing his composition.
Philip Glass composed with the Kronos Quartet a soundtrack for the old Dracula movie.
Okay, so this is why. Remember when I said that you vibrate on a higher level as a being?
That's why I'm so tired.
That's why.
That's why I'm so tired.
That's why I'm so tired.
It's good from your fourth world.
True.
That's right. Boom tubes.
Boom tubes, all that stuff.
Boom tubes.
They change it. They make your.
Where'd Scott go? Because literally, that is the different. It's a different vibration, different frequency in the fourth.
Yeah.
Right.
He would know, right?
Where'd Scott go?
Yeah,
Scott, wake up!
Yeah. I know, Scott, come back. We need the details of all that. We need the details.
So let me just ask an off question, just because it's like whatever. What character would you love to voice in opposite? So in Marvel or X-Men or just someone, like, would there be a voice that you'd want to voice or portray?
Galactus. I said Galactus.
I think probably, and this is after I've really thought about it a lot, probably Galactus.
I was thinking you were going to say Apocalypse.
Again, and you'll have to forgive me, I'm not super familiar with, other than like the major players, right. I'm not super familiar with those worlds, and I should be, and I apologize that I'm not better, versed at it, but there's so many cool, I love doing voice gigs. I've done a couple of games and things like that, and it's so fun just in a situation kind of like this where you have to just inform everything from nothing. Because oftentimes you don't have a visual reference, for what's going on and that sort of thing.
What do you do in that case, though, when you're not familiar with the source material? How do you prepare yourself for that?
You play the truth of the script. you play the truth of the script. You obviously will take whatever aids are available to you. If they have a drawing of what the character looks like, or if they have a setting, a scene, or something like that, then that you take on board as you're trying to tell the story. But it's whatever the givens are within that scene. Do you know? So like while this image of Darkseid informed my vocal choice for him, the truth of the scene, the truth of the moments between myself and others had to be played as just that, the truth of that.
Which others?
Yeah, which scene?
Which others?
Which scene is out in this case?
Well, I'll find out on the 18th.
Wait.
Now, wait. I have a follow-up question to that, because I know that Steppenwolf has a gravelly voice. Did you hear his voice before you came up with yours, or that was just a coincidence that both of you are sort of the same lineage?
We're kind of different. We're different in this way. There's a different sort of register where he kind of lives vocally is a slightly different register than mine. But I do think that the two voices, by happy accident, make sense in that world.
Yeah. Because that's what I thought. There was a lineage where everybody spoke similar.
But no, it wasn't a thing of like, Kieran's going to sound like this, so do your best. That can happen sometimes. But no, I mean, literally, I knew what he looked like. Zach went, "Can you do this voice?" And I went, "Sure." And I tried something, and it was like, okay. And, that was that.
See, I mean,
how many voices did you try before you arrived to the one that you were going with?
I think it was, and I really do not mean to sound like a dick. I just kind of think it was the first one.
Yes.
I looked at him. And well, I mean, you look at him. Look at the way he looks in that movie. He's certainly not going to talk like this.
But it would be so great.
Like this. Well, Batman sure looks like. Yeah. All of existence will be mine. Hey, I just popped down here in the boom tube. I thought I'd take all of existence. You got a mother box.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, what's that fucking anti-life equation? What's going on here? Come on.
All right, I'm only looking for the anti-life equation, and then I'll go. No, it's not going to be. I mean, he's not going to sound. Hi. Do you have any extra mother boxes, Lionel?
Yeah.
No.
I came here to find my pride.
You look at him and it's like, this is what he sounds like.
Anti-life equation in the mother box.
Exactly.
Hold on, I got it right behind the mail. Hold on.
Wow, I'm glad you weren't around when casting was happening, because I would have lost my job.
Zack Snyder, Deborah Snyder, did you hear that?
No, it was I looked at him and it's like, yeah, that's what he sounds like. So went there.
See, that's what I love about Zach is like, obviously when it comes to I mean, this is Darkseid, like Justice League's biggest baddie. So obviously Warner Brothers probably like, we need a name, we need like this big huge movie star, but Zach was like, nah. Yeah. This guy did it just perfectly right now. And you see that?
That's basically what happened. Yeah.
Yes. He's not going to be like, I don't need a big, it's like, I need somebody who can do it.
I mean, they're hedging their bets, obviously. And they said, I mean, I did read a couple of comments early on when I was able to come out of the boom tube, as it were, as Darkseid. There was a couple of very angry people online who were like, why would they get some no name has been book narrator when they could have a real actor? And it's like, I am a real actor. You just haven't seen a lot.
Exactly.
Right. But the same people who were like fan casting Matt Damon, who like, he's a great actor, but not in this.
It was endlessly amusing reading various fan castings when there was a supposition Darkseid was in the movie. And of course, I couldn't say a damn thing about it, but I was at home reading this stuff and people are like, we think it's this person. We think it's this person. I'm like, no.
Without disrespecting the actor, have you seen one fan casting it where you say, holy shit, that's fucking
No,
stupid.
I'll tell you what, all of them I thought were great and plausible choices. I really did. You know, I've never been somebody who's been like, oh, that actor is just shit. You know, come on.
I would be.
You know, well, and that's cool. You know,
that's the better world.
Which one was your favorite fan casting?
I mean,
we don't
nobody
do that anymore.
You know, there might be somebody I think like, wow, that's a bold choice for that role, but I would never be like, wow, that's a terrible choice or anything like that.
Well, when you say bold choice, it's like saying, no, that's a fucked up choice.
No, I mean that's a really out there.
Come on, Ray.
If it was a fucked up choice, I would say it's a fucked up choice. You know, but watch.
Out of all of them, which one was your favorite?
Reporter disrespects so and so. It's like no. This is the deal. I mean, I have so much respect, obviously, for a lot of the people who were named, who I think would have been great choices for the role. I have oodles and massive mountains of respect for the actors who have played Darkseid before I did.
Yeah.
Because they're actors and they're damn good actors and they did those roles and they did them well. And I also understand that for some people, that voice is, you know, let's say Michael Ironside or Andre Braugher or whatever. Yeah. That's the voice. That's the voice for them. And they're angry if they hear something different. I get that and I respect it. And the only thing I can say is, you know, I made the choice I made. Everybody seemed agreeable to it. And you know, hopefully it serves to tell the story.
You know what's cool? You will be the voice that some future generations will be angry someone else doesn't live up to.
That's not my dark side.
Yeah, I'm very proud of that, you know, and also I loved, someone tweeted that they liked what they heard and that there was, to them, they heard a little bit of Michael Ironside's in there. I certainly wasn't doing that. I you know, I promise you, I didn't go back.
I don't feel like you were.
What did Mike, you know, but somebody said, wow, I can hear a little of that. And it was really great to hear that because they were allowing for both.
Yes.
Which I was very happy about.
That's always you were on. I was like kind of grilling you on this, and I understand you couldn't answer. But now that like we've heard the voice and you can be a little bit more open about it. Obviously, I wouldn't ask you if you had a favorite because that seems antithetical to kind of what you've been saying. But is there an animated version that registers with you more than the like a voice that you would like look to as like your one that you listen to? You're like, I really dig what they were doing.
Not that I would look to other voices for a guide, because this is a very different world that Zack has created.
Not for inspiration.
Right. But I mean, do I think Michael Ironsides was brilliant as Darkseid? Fuck yes, I do. I think Andre Braugher was brilliant as fuck yeah, I do. And you know, and there's scores of other actors who've played him. It's like cool, you know. Just like, I mean, honestly, it's just like doing theater, man, especially doing something like Shakespeare. There's a million people who've played whatever role I've played before. And they did their thing with it. And I think that's to be respected. Do I want to draw from that? No, because I don't want, it's hard enough to do the job rather than do them doing the job.
Ooh,
does that make sense?
Right. I like that.
So it's more about like, what's the story and how do I do my best work in telling the story in this moment that I can. And so that's really what I kind of stuck with.
Well, I think like that's what actors always strive to do. I mean, the biggest example is the Joker. I mean, anytime that an actor takes on the Joker, it's like, how do you come up with something fresh?
And how about Batman? I mean, how many different actors have we seen as Batman?
Yes, that's very true too. And I mean, it is crazy because like every time like it gets recast and like you kind of think like, really, is that guy gonna do? Is that, you know? Because going back to like even all the way back to Heath Ledger, I was like, really? I'm like, is that guy gonna do it? And then that first teaser, I went and I heard the laugh. I was like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way with Batman. Like, you know,
Yes.
I'm old enough to go back to the Adam West days. You know, that was my first Batman.
Mine too.
Mine too.
Anytime any of the movies that came out, you know, literally every time the movie came out and they announced who was playing Batman, I went, really? And then I thought,
That's a bold
holy shit, they're amazing. Yeah, that's a bold choice. No, honestly, in those moments, I was like, wow, really? They're going to be Batman? And
that's a bold choice.
Like, it is a bold choice. And I go, shit, they really are Batman. That works, you know?
Yeah. Hey, when y'all say Michael Ironside, y'all are talking about the Harley Quinn like show, right? Are y'all talking about that? Because that's all I know.
Yeah, he was Darkseid from the animated stuff.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So I've only gotten like, I'm gonna probably get hate for it, but I've only finished the first season of the Batman animated series, so I'm sorry.
Oh Jesus!
But that's it. And so,
listen,
and so all I've seen,
Garza, we'll flog
so all I've seen of
The fuck out!
all I've heard, sorry,
Poser.
all I've heard of Michael Ironside is when he's like talking to like Harley when he's like Darkseid is. Late for a meeting, like that's the only shit that I know of with Michael Ironside. So I'm like, okay, you know, it's
you got to watch more animation, man.
I do, but those are like earlier in my time, man. I grew up with X-Men. I'm sorry.
You know, it's funny. I mean, all these icons, you know, going back like the Joker and the Riddler, and you know, think of all of these other superhero movies. I mean, Superman. You know, all of that. Yeah. Every time casting's announced, you're like, wow. That's a bold choice, you know.
That's gonna be.
And then when you first see him, you're like, "Oh my god!" Like when it came to Joaquin Phoenix, is like, "What is he gonna do?" And then all of a sudden, he wins an Academy Award.
Yeah,
and when they are allowed to perform the role as they see it, it not only works, but it works within the realm of people's imagination with regard to these worlds.
Yeah,
it works within the world that was created.
So I didn't necessarily. I mean, it stung a little bit reading some of those negative comments early on about like, I want a real actor. It's like, but I am a real boy, Geppetto. No.
I feel like that's kind of the lesson with this whole situation. Especially now that like those boards came out and a lot of people are like, oh wow, that would have actually been really cool. Yeah, I'd like to see them continue with that, is to not prejudge a story before you get to see it all play out. And I think people are so quick to say, well, that's not what it is in my head. And it's like, well, no, because it's not your story.
Precisely.
Someone else's, like Zach's got a point of view, and you gotta wait until Zach gets to the end to say like, oh, that Bruce and Lois romance, I'm not sure about it. Or maybe he'll win you over. Like, what's better than going into the story and saying, that's a bold choice, and then ending and saying, wow, I would have never done that, and it was awesome. That's the best.
My only argument against all of that kind of stuff is like, you haven't seen it yet. What are you talking about? You don't know. You know, why, you know, and the other one that I've just been saying endlessly in my empty apartment for months.
In the
Darkseid voice. In some of these, when I see these negative posts, I'm like, why can you not just let people like what they like? Jesus.
Exactly.
Yes.
Lay off, you know. Like, has it ever worked? Has anybody ever gone, you're right? You know,
you know what?
It's like shouting at women from cars. I've never heard of a woman go, okay, you know. No. What do you expect is going to happen?
Well, no, it's the internet. Like that's what I said. Like when I was growing up, you know, I would go and buy comics and Pogs, and I would grow up and I would read and I would do whatever I wanted. And I mean, nobody came up to me literally in public and went, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, why do you like that?"
Even when you go to the comic book store, to the comic book store and you buy a comic book, let's say that you buy a DC comic and there's a Marvel standing right behind you, they wouldn't dare say something to you.
They wouldn't. And if they did, I literally will look at them and I'm going to be like, what the fuck did you say? Like, what the fuck's your problem, dude? Like, we got beef. Like,
hey man, have you ever put pancake mix up your nose? I don't fucking think you. Walk a mile in my dusty moccasin, chief. Yeah.
No, and that's the funny thing is like, you know, I have a Wonder Woman tattooed on my arm, so like no matter where I go, like it looks like I'm a DC fan, and so it's cool. Like people will be like, "Oh, okay, cool, you're into that." Nobody ever sits there and says, "Yeah, but Marvel, they did their things." Like, and I'm like, no, nobody's ever going to talk shit about anything that.
No, that's the thing is it's the bravery of being out of range.
Yes.
You can write 2 lines. Suddenly you're like, whatever. It's like, no, stop it.
Internet muscles.
Yeah. Talking of tattoos, I've been thinking about maybe putting an Omega on me somewhere.
You need to.
Yeah.
Upside down.
That'd be good. Right on your chest. Right on your chest.
I gotta figure that out.
Or get Darkseid in Old English over your belly. That's the only option. That is literally it.
I will get a Omega.
After quarantine, the state of my belly, Darkseid would have 5 syllables in it.
I want you to put ookses.
Yeah. It'd be Darkseid. Darkseid.
I was gonna recommend a sleeve tattoo with Omega beams around.
Ooh, I like that one. That's a good one. Yeah, I gotta start. I'm itching to get some ink again once all of this stuff.
Yeah.
I've got to cover a piece that's no longer relevant, and then there's a couple of other things I want to get done. God, can COVID just be done, please? Jesus,
Yes.
Can we all get vaccinated and hug each other and hang out?
Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll see. I don't know. Texas is being dumb and going, nah, everything's fine.
Dude.
Oh my God, yeah.
Dude.
I mean,
Girls, have you seen Florida?
I'm not a political person, and I get it, but I mean, even me, I'm going, what the fuck you doing, dude?
Again, and I talked about this earlier with Dave at the very beginning of the podcast, is like things are starting to get better. But I just hope that, and not being political, but can we not run? Can we carefully
walk?
Can we go outside in an orderly manner, please, rather than like, it's over? Because it's just not, Anyway.
Well, I mean, like even like what you posted, Garza, about the Alamo. There's still, I mean, there's still many places that are going to be like, hey, even though this is happening, we still have policy, we still have protocols.
Yeah. Austin here, like I got an email from Gold's Gym that was like, they still want you to practice, safety protocols, but they're not going to enforce them realistically. But so I was surprised about seeing Alamo. I don't know how Austin's going to do it with other states, but I mean, it's going to be interesting.
Texas is taking it too serious because I work in an industry where it's like all over the U.S. and we've seen an influx of client services coming from Texas. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Texas, you guys are out of control over there.
Dodgy. I just, to me, the whole thing, and again, it isn't a political issue at all. It's out there, it's real, and what harm is it going to do to just distance, maybe wear a mask a little bit, maybe just what actual harm does it do? And as somebody who survived fucking COVID, I'm pretty militant about wear wash your hands, do all that stuff, because it was really, really frightening. I flew to Texas, my very first ever sort of con. I was at the Celebrity Fan Fest in San Antonio.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Which was great. It was a great experience, and everybody was really good about, at least everybody connected with, the event was terrific about distancing and all of that. But even then I was nervous because, there's crowds of people in an amusement park, so my hope is, the more this gets in hand, the more people are getting vaccinated, the more that, I want to go outside. I want to go see people, I want us to go to movies together and concerts and not.
I want to do a lot more than just see other people. If you know,
I want to walk down an aisle in a grocery store without freaking out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, no, I know. I want to. Yeah. I want to do
events.
Yeah,
sporting event. Garza is just worried about the strip joints. That's what he's worried about.
That's what I'm worried about. Yeah. When he talks about the great prize,
come to Florida. They don't care.
That's right. Yeah.
That wasn't what I said, but I'm not going to deny what you said. Sorry. I'm sorry.
So my agent calls me tomorrow. Is like, Spearmint Rhino is interested in.
Sign me up.
No.
I'll go. I'll go into place.
You be the stage announcer of the Darkseid voice.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
I think you got to do that.
Be hilarious.
That's what I'm looking forward to is the imitations. I'm looking forward to people. You're the first one, Amanda, and and hopefully not the last. I'm looking forward to people doing the line.
Dude, I couldn't even register that low voice.
Well,
like,
I mean, honestly, I've got to be. It's not a loud voice. I've got to be like right on.
Dude, that's like as I heard it, I was like, "There's no fucking way I'd be able to even get low like that." That's on another like octave compared to my voice. So
he actually dropped into the underworld.
I did.
Hey, Ray, I know that Dave asked you to say something with Darkseid's voice.
Yes, sir.
Can you say all existence shall be mine in in his voice?
All of existence shall be mine.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Jeez.
I mean, dude, what is that? What does it feel like reading that script from Terrio? Because like I'm a huge Terrio fan. Like, it's got to be like poetic.
Such a good writer. He is such a good writer. To get to say his words and to get to do Zack's vision of this thing is one of the greatest privileges that an actor could ask for. I mean, it's such a good script and it's such great writing across the board, and the storytelling is masterful. So it's an absolute privilege. I recognize.
I wish Terrio would do public. Like I wish he would talk, and I know he doesn't like doing a lot of press.
No.
But like, if I could tell that guy how much I appreciate just fucking hearing simple like they're not simple because they have like double entendres and they have,
how about that Martha line in the Superman?
Yes, it's that line alone. The world. I heard that line. I said, I went that. Yes, dude. The world's mourning and
grieving over a symbol.
But they didn't know. They didn't know him.
They didn't know who Clark was.
Yeah, they didn't fucking understand.
That's why I brought it up to Snyder. I was like, dude, that fucking line.
It conjures up images of like Mary at the at the place of the cross.
Yes.
Of like these huge societal archetypes and like and again humanizing it, bringing it down to the human. It's a privilege to be a part of it.
It is like you say, it's like that Mary thing where you see people see a God, but I see my son on the cross.
Yeah.
So I thought that was amazing. Used to hear her saying that. I was like, oh,
just the way, and the way that she says the line, you could just see like you just hear that mother going, "Fuck," you're seeing a symbol. That's my son. That is my son. I mean, this goes back to the line where she's talking to him, where he goes, "You don't owe this world anything." It's just the way that she talks is like, "Hey,
protect your mom.
Either do it or don't. You don't owe them anything. You're my son." And
go back to Man of Steel, and she was like,
that was like removed from BBS was when Clark just calls his mom and just goes, he goes, "Mom," and he doesn't even know what to say. He goes, "Hi." And it's just because he just needs to call his mom. It's just like there's just something about that. Superman, who doesn't know what the fuck, he's like so lost. So he's like, I gotta call my mom. It just gets some kind of, Mom, can you just like
volunteer to be your mom, Henry Cavill? I volunteer. You can call me anytime you want.
Your husband's right there. You literally right next to you.
There's a person between us technically, but yes.
Apparently it's invisible to her.
There's your Superman.
There's your Superman.
No, I was gonna say, you go back to Man of Steel though, and you have her saying like, "I was afraid that if they find the world found out, they would take you from me."
Yeah.
And now like they did.
Yes.
Not just like literally like he's dead, but like they took his visage and like they have taken her boy from her and turned him into a symbol that like she can now like she can't grieve him in the same way because they have turned him into something that she can't control, but like it's
and that she doesn't recognize as her son.
Yeah,
the one she wants to grieve. Yeah.
And it's
beautiful how much this script says. How much the script says, like how far can we divorce ourselves from humanity before we become the thing we hate? And how much must a person prove their humanity? Must someone prove that they like give a shit before we stop demanding? Like at what point do we stop demanding from Superman? At what point is it enough? You know.
Well, it's also a wonderful thing. I mean, looking at those boards,
life isn't enough. You know?
Looking at those boards and seeing the various, incredibly intimate human things that each one of those archetypes has to engage in telling the story, and they have to do it with the burden of being Batman, of being Wonder Woman, of being Cyborg, of being Flash, of being Aquaman. And
that's the question.
This, that added sort of thing. I guess that's what I was talking about when I mentioned earlier of like, you look at some superheroes and you're like, wow, that's super cool. Wow. But you're sort of removed from it. You look at these characters, you look at these archetypes, and it's like, wait a minute. I've been there. I've done that. I've felt that. But he's also this. Maybe I am too.
Yes.
I think is a marvelous thing. So we are capable of great things.
Yes. And I think a lot of people are like, they're going to pick like which character they connect with the most, because I think it's like the Justice League is it's very diverse. I mean, it really is. I mean, diverse with the way that they are, and the way that Snyder's going to, explore their origins.
Sure.
And even looking at those storyboards too, going back at those storyboards, the way that he was going to, go forward with them, and he had like an arc for each one. It was just like, God damn it, man. And like everything was just, when it comes to Snyder, and I've said this many times again, it's like, even if it's like something like very small, very just like teeny tiny, there's like layers. There's so many layers. He makes sure that there's plenty of like backstory to it. Like that's what he does. You peel back the onion big time, no matter what.
It's something I think that certainly for fans, you got 4 hours of movie, and there's going to be stuff to like pick apart and to look at and to analyze. And to me, that's the real sort of value for money, that you're getting from this thing, is that you can actually go over this again and again. I mean, look at the analysis people have done just over the previews.
Yes.
Yeah.
Scott did a trailer breakdown on DC Squadcast, and I was listening to it the other night, and literally they paused it and they were like, "Oh, I actually haven't seen that shot before. I just happened to pause this exact frame, and this tells me more that I knew."
It's constantly informing. Yeah.
Amazing.
Even the verbiage, Yeah, even the verbiage of what's been said in the trailer. Remember, somebody left a comment in one of the YouTube videos saying, "Okay, this is what he's trying to say with this line, and this is what." So this is what we do as fans. Like, we try to break all the.
We lost.
I'll finish his statement because it messed up. And he was referring to the lines of the dialogue in the Batman trailer that were kind of almost like it was like Zack specifically chose those lines of dialogue to speak to the fans through the trailer, because you kind of break it down and it kind of sounds like, he is talking to us through those trailers.
Well, that's the thing is like, I mean, I watched the Batman one and I'm like, wow, these are all the voices in his head. These are the things that he hears that drives him. And Superman too, watching Superman today and hearing all those voices, and it's like, that is the Greek chorus gathered around this character as he takes his hero's journey. Do you know?
And which is amazing, because you have to, when you listen to those two, just these two, and we're gonna get 3 more, so it's not gonna be that much.
And we're gonna get 4 more. Yeah,
well, they're not gonna do Darkseid's Inner Life. That's not gonna happen.
But either way, like imagine being the person that knows that was there. Like that dialogue was spoken. Like that was already there. That was filmed. That was recorded. That was set. That was all done back 4 fucking years ago. And being the person that was like, yeah, but if we talked about brunch I think that that might actually do the justice.
You know, I have not seen a single frame of.
You don't want
good.
Please don't.
Like I literally, I studied it frame by fucking frame. I have done it so much to an obscene, gross amount that I did it was called a periodic table of Justice League, because I tore that shit apart because I couldn't realize, I just couldn't believe it. Like when I left the theater in 2017, I couldn't sleep. Like I was literally laying in bed and I was like, what the fuck did I just watch? And I was so pissed off and I was so upset. And so I went, but you know, at the end of the day, if it hadn't been for that film, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now. Like 4 years, 5 years later, I wouldn't be here. Like film did something.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that right there, I mean, the discontent, the upset that you felt off of this, that motivated you and so many other people to do this thing. And it was channeled by various people and a lot of efforts were done and, you know, and that sort of stuff. And look at what has happened now. And in a lot of different ways, that right there is a hero's journey. That, I mean, what you have all embarked upon is the world isn't right, and I'm going to make it right. I'm going to leave this situation better than I found it, which to me is the classic hero's journey. Y'all are superheroes.
Yes. I mean, I have posts on Reddit because that was the only forum I had at that point in time. I joined Reddit in August of 2017. That's how I was like so new to the world. I was fresh. I was a baby. And I saw the Justice League and I went, I mean, literally 4 days, I think it was 4 days or 3 days later, I was like posting posts on Reddit because I couldn't understand. I was like, is it just me or did people feel this way about it? And so I started realizing that other people were kind of feeling this way. And then literally the beginning of the beginning of like March of 2018, I joined the website of Real Anarchy so I could start writing, because I was like, nobody's really talking about Zack Snyder and all these, like anything that happened. Just, you know, bullshitting. And so then we started a podcast and then we started doing all these things. And then it just all of a sudden it became all these fans had these vocal authorities. And now all of a sudden it's like any kind of critic that wants to say anything that's bad about something that they don't even know about, they don't even understand, their weight has gone to the wayside. Like nobody even pays attention. Like everybody's like, yeah, all right.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of roles and archetypes have been shifted as a result of this entire thing. And there's been a lot of name calling and there's been a lot of like suppositions. I've read some ridiculous bullshit. You know, we all have, right? Yeah. But I mean, the simple fact, and as someone who has been allowed to come to this party, thank you for that.
No problem. Anytime.
It's been an amazing thing to see. Not only, you know, do I have gratitude because I have personally benefited from it. I mean, you all got me through some pretty dark times. None of you know that, but now you do. You know, because of your unfailing kindness, because of your constant enthusiasm for what was going on, and because you decided to actually take some of that energy and address a problem and put money behind it and change lives and save lives. You know, you guys did this. I don't think that it's ever been, no one's ever seen the like. First of all, in the past, there weren't online communities where you could go online and go, anybody else?
Nope.
You know, I mean, they're telling me it's rainwater. This feels a lot like piss. Anybody else? You know,
I went online finding out that I was wrong for liking BVS in 2016. Like I was like, wait, why do I feel bad about?
I was surprised by that because I saw the London premiere. I saw the London premiere. Justice League had started up, and so I got to go to the London premiere, which was really fun. But I saw it. I was like, yeah, it was great. And then I started reading things. I'm like, did y'all see the same thing I did?
Right.
But again, you know, to each his own, taste being what it is, blah, 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 blah. But then to have this thing happen, to have so many things happen, And I had just signed it. Well, I did this thing once. I actually wrote to DC and to Warner Brothers after the original release came out, because there was all these rumors about, that Darkseid was supposed to be in the movie. And I asked them, is it okay if I say that I did play it? And they were like, no. So only a very few people knew it. And it was this sort of like
taboo secret.
Yeah. It's like, I played bass with that band for a couple of weeks before they it was just kind of like, yeah, all right, whatever. Then one morning I wake up and there's a message on Twitter and I've got an exponential amount of more followers, which I was like, I know a bunch of people didn't run and buy audiobooks last night. So what is this?
I remember that.
And I get this message, hey, we heard you played Darkseid in the movie. And I panicked and immediately called Warner Brothers and DC and went, I never said anything. They're like, we know, it's okay. But even then, I didn't feel like I could say anything,
Mm-hmm.
So I was naughty about it. But suddenly there's this group of people that are like, hi, welcome, you're cool, you're fine. And it meant a lot. It meant a lot. Just, what I was going through personally at the time, but also a lot of other things. It meant a great deal. So I know I constantly, in every single interview that I do, talk about how grateful I am to the fans. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just never going to shut up about it.
No, don't ever.
Like I said, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't even be here on this panel. I wouldn't have done any of this stuff if it hadn't been for 2017. And so, like, even thinking back to those times and kind of figuring, like, I made some videos. I've done some stuff on YouTube, and it's like, it's cool, but at the end of the day, that's not the film. You get what I mean? Like, that's not bringing the film to life. And so I'm like, to think back to when we saw that first storyboard of Darkseid, and I went, wait, are you fucking kidding me? Like that, that wasn't even present at all in the film.
And that's what's so cool too, is
I had no idea.
Darkseid was such a
and as somebody that studied that film, it is so just it's so weird how they did what they did for that theatrical cut. And so in my head, I'm going, how could you have all of this Terrio script and then go, no, let's go ahead and just cut that all out?
Honestly, if I were to theorize about it, and it's probably stupid of me to do so, I think that there was a way of
I'll
thinking.
move my mouth and you talk, so everyone will think it's me.
I think it was. Anyway, I think that there was an older way of thinking as an approach to the audience.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that the idea that a group of people would gather together online and talk about this was ever factored into the equation, because it was the way it had always been, you know? And suddenly there's this surprise. Suddenly there's a friggin' plane in the air with a banner. Suddenly there's a banner outside Comic-Con. Suddenly there's this upswing. Suddenly, it's like, whoa, we've got to. And so when I read about, when I read other journalists talking about the fandom, it's like, you don't understand. You don't get the scope of what has occurred here. This is a sea change in how fans are addressed and how they address the creators of the things that they like. It doesn't mean that we didn't like it, make it a different way, and that's going to happen every time. I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. But finally, these people are all to be reckoned with.
I feel like the loudest Patreons back in like Beethoven's day, when like Patreons were like supporting artists, right? I feel like the whole fandom is just the loudest group of Patreons for Zack and his work.
It's the world has changed. I mean, American nationalized healthcare is now GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm.
The world has changed, and some of these larger organizations, I think, are catching up. And so when I read, or when I hear things like, what the fuck was going on at the, it's like I tend to go, you know what, they were doing the best they could with what they had. They thought that was the right way to do things, and you all, through your tenacity and most of the time kindness, changed their view.
Yeah, well, I will say that I didn't choose kindness only because I was so upset.
That's fine. But the thing is, like, the fans were not pleased, really not pleased, and in some cases outright angry. I mean, shit, I remember that video the first time Kevin Smith, who I'm a big fan of, when he did, I remember it clearly. I was sitting in the other room and I'm watching it, and I see him go, and we had Darkseid.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
And I sat there like,
he was pissed.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my God, somebody knows, and freaking out about it. He was angry, as were a lot of people, but you guys took that anger and turned it into something amazing.
I mean, I think it's one of the coolest things too about the whole thing, like Garza was talking about a minute ago, which is the kind of the whole process. People didn't realize exactly how different it was initially. They kind of thought there was some deleted scenes, and maybe they, added some humor and whatever, and then stuff was slowly coming out, and then you or Darkseid ended up being like the kind of tip of the spear of a lot of what happened, because like Kevin Smith was like, there was Darkseid, and once you introduce Darkseid, all of a sudden you're talking about a different movie, because there's a whole level of fourth world being introduced there that totally changes the scope of what you're talking about.
I mean, Steven, remember when, you were the first, like when I got sent the storyboard, I sent it to you, and I was like, dude, we got to get this out there. Ray, I'm not trying to
thank you.
Yes.
Seriously.
It was
and you got the storyboard, and then the casting news came out, and then Zack had that image that he was sitting on forever of the mural, and then and like it was just like piece by piece, and it was always.
I was gonna say I brought out the murals. The actual history lesson, like that was. I don't want to toot my own horn, but if nobody's gonna toot it, I'm gonna toot it.
Yeah, exactly.
Bringing out those murals.
Which one?
That was a huge step. That was a huge thing, because at the end of the day, we literally had no idea Darkseid was in this film.
Well, so they see all like they are really leaning on Darkseid, and it's because that is the bell. It's literally plot in the plot.
Wow.
In the that can't be unrung.
Wow, what a way to put that. That's incredible.
It is true.
Yeah.
Like
and that's what Zack said when he posted that image on Vero, when he posted the image of the Darkseid mural.
Basically, when it came to Zack, he knew exactly. He knew it. He was out there. Like, he had people that knew, that were within Twitter going, who can we trust? Who can we who's doing what? And like you said, Garza, he found the murals and then everything like that. And then all of a sudden there was an image of Darkseid on the mural passing around behind the scenes. And then all of a sudden I get handed over hey, here's the storyboard of Darkseid. How can you leak it out? And I was like, oh shit. And it was just okay, Steven. And then I contacted Steven and a couple other people. I'm like, all right, this is big. Darkseid confirmed in this movie through a fucking storyboard. We got to make it seem like this came from nowhere. It was crazy, dude. It was fucking crazy. And then when it came out, obviously, it blew up. And Jesus Christ.
And it wasn't even that. It was that when we got those, the mural, they started, people started reading it in Greek. And we're talking about the dark one.
He fought Ares, the Greek.
Yeah, and we were like, wait, Darkseid was involved in the history lesson. Like, wait, how was it supposed to? Yeah, it changed like that. And I remember that was October 2018. Like, that changed everything when it came to. We've not seen any of this fucking film at all.
I remember when I joined Vero. Shortly after all this rumbling, all of this started happening. The pre-quakes, the seismic activity was happening, and I joined Vero, and Zach posted that picture of me and just said, "He's the man," and people were like, "Boom!" Like, yeah. And I still couldn't say anything really, you know.
Did he warn you before he posted that, or was he just like, "Good morning"?
Yeah, he's the man, and people ran with it. I mean, the amount of detective work, the amount of passion over this is overwhelming. Yes, I'm personally grateful, but just to witness it, just to stand back and watch what you all have done. And I say you all, those of you here and everybody, you know, people watching.
Yeah, not just us. Yeah.
No, the entire fandom, in every concatenation, all of these different individuals. I mean, good God, look what you did.
Yeah.
Look what you did.
We were on a mission, man. Like I'm telling you, like I watched that movie and I've said this story numerous times. I was laying in bed that night after we got home. I was dating this girl and I thought she was asleep. I'm laying down and I'm staring at the ceiling. And that's all I'm doing. I'm just staring at the ceiling. And I make this noise and I went, and she realized, she was like, "Wait, you're still awake?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she goes, she was like, "Well, what's wrong?" And I was like, It's nothing. And she was like, "No, just talk to me."
Literally that meme.
And I was like,
other women.
Yeah.
I was just like, I don't want to, you know, it's not that, because we just started dating like a month before that. So I was like,
what was her reaction? What was her reaction when she found out you were that upset about a superhero movie?
Right. So I didn't tell her that at first. And I was like, no, it's nothing. I'm just, I can't sleep. She was like, "Come on, we're gonna have to we have to talk to each other." I said, "All right." I just can't believe what the fuck we just saw, because everything in the trailers literally was not in the film. And I started going off and she was like, "Are you fucking serious?" And I was like, "Yes, I'm dead fucking serious. You asked me." And after that, I went on for like 30 minutes. She just told me that I needed to relax and maybe not think about it. And I went,
"Dave, where's the?"
Yeah, Dave, you need to have a drop for this.
Oh shit! No, yeah. Wow, where's the drops on this one? Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Fake. Fucking fuck.
There you go.
All right. All I'm saying is we didn't last, obviously.
Fake laugh, hiding real pain.
It was heartbreaking. That's all I'm saying. Okay, sorry.
Well, I'm glad you were upset.
Sounds like a great job, John. I'm very sorry.
I was fucking furious, dude. And I went, I can't stand that. Like, no bullshit. I was just, I like looking back at my post on Reddit, I was like so upset about the Lois and Martha stuff. Like, I was just like, why would they disrespect Lois like that? Why would they disrespect Martha like that? Like, I was so just pissed off personally because of the arcs that they had set up. Imagine if I had known about Darkseid then, I would have been fucking heated.
Yeah.
Like, whew, big time.
Hey guys, talking about the bell being on wrong. Talking about the bell being on wrong. I always said in the Real Emotion podcast.
Yeah, take a drink.
Yay!
I always said,
Hey, that's my podcast. Me and Ben's podcast.
Yeah.
Our
podcast. So I always said that Darkseid's not a throwaway character. So I feel like that bell being wrong. You cannot just introduce this character and not continue this universe. From 1 to 100, what's the percentage that you feel that we might get up? There's a possibility that we're gonna continue this universe.
Mate, I wish I had a magic ball. I don't. You know, I know the way things go in Hollywood, and that doesn't make me cynical, but it does make me recognize that, you know, the truth is right now, currently there isn't, certainly that I know of, but again, all this is above my pay grade. You know, you've heard there's not really much sentiment that it's going to, except that the fans seem to want it. The only thing that I can say is, if you all want it, you all have a history of getting what you want.
Well, I mean, that's what it is right there. And then, you know, when it comes to the storyboards and the exhibit that's in Dallas, it was pretty crazy what happened. I mean, yesterday was nuts, man. It was nuts. we had obviously we had the Batman trailer, we had your voice, everything was just batting. I mean, I remember just like my workstation's over there, just going, I don't know what I should do. I like there was times where I was like, I don't even know what I should do. And now, sadly, I was like, you know, I had a little bit of a, you know, the night before, so I was a little foggy. I was a little, you know, I was like, but I was a little like, man, I probably shouldn't have drank that much last night because today is crazy because look what's all happening.
No, it was enormous, and then you know, I'm reeling from all that, and like, wow, okay, this is new, and then Meg slides in from the side and hits me over the head with the shovel of the McFarlane figurine, and I'm like,
there's that too. It's just like, what the fuck? But going back to the exhibit, I mean, when we talk about like, you know, they were talking about, oh yeah, Warner Brothers shut it down, and this is where Alex is going to come in because he's familiar with stuff that's happening with all that. So bring your expertise of what was happening when it came to like, you know, obviously when a certain individual or, you know, that went there took pictures, copyright, they took them down. And then of course the exhibit opening up or delayed opening, what's going on with that?
All right. So with the delayed opening, should have been open. That's a lot of speculation because you got to think of it. Why would there be an exhibit at AT&T headquarters in Texas for Zack Snyder's Justice League, the dreamscape of Zack Snyder? Why there? Why not like in Jamaica, California?
Yeah.
For instance, maybe it was a private exhibit for AT&T employees, so it wasn't open for the public. So somebody may have screwed the pooch there for opening it up.
That's a salient
Who knows?
point.
So there's that aspect. Or
there was also that big motion billboard that was at AT&T Center in Dallas, was it not? Earlier, didn't they have the big billboard running the preview on a big video screen? Was that in Dallas?
That was a couple of weeks back. Yeah,
that was in Dallas.
Yeah, but
that was in Dallas a while back. Same place. I don't know.
Yeah, but having something else like that on public, that could be for public display. So they're fine with that. But for something like this, especially just showcasing Justice League 2 and 3, and they decided to close it, I kind of feel like this was more of a private exhibit than anything else.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you know, I'm available. You know,
well, you could always tell us because
but
I still had to know.
No, you know, I simply do not know any of that. You know, I literally, if I get called up for something else, then all I have to do is say yes. But that hasn't happened. You know, so I don't know. But again, y'all want it.
No one's going to be asking you. This is all against speculation.
Yeah, and I mean, when you guys get to speculating, you're able to do some pretty incredible things. So, you know, it's interesting seeing a lot of the rumblings. I've certainly observed it on Twitter, and you know, obviously, I'd love that. Who knows?
Yeah,
you know,
it's all up in the air right now. I mean, like and that's why I was like, it was funny because when Zach was here, I mean, I kept seeing like in the chat, ask him about the storyboards. That's all.
I know. Yeah, you said that.
Oh my god! And I was like, oh my god. Okay. I'm like, but I don't know how long he's gonna be here. I want to ask him about other things because you know, I mean, that was like, you know, you both of you guys on the same stream. I was like, I want to ask about the process of like, you know, you guys working together. That was
the first. I've not been on a stream with him before. So
exactly. And that's what I loved about it. I love that the fact that it was a nice little surprise, even though I was like, I didn't know if it was going to happen, but like literally before like the stream started, I got a text and he was like, "Are you on with Ray?" And I was like, "Oh shit!" So then there was like a point where I was like, "I gotta find the link. I gotta find the link to send to him." Shit. And as you were talking, I was like, "But I'm listening to Ray. I'm trying to." I was multitasking like a motherfucker
and drinking at the same time.
Exactly.
Well done.
Dude, it was just like when I was like, okay, I'm interviewing Ray, but oh my god, I gotta send Snyder the link because I think he's gonna come on. And then he popped on, and I love the fact that we got you both on, and I wanted to specifically talk about you guys working together. But of course, everybody's like storyboard. So luckily at the end we talked about it. and he kind of, briefly talked about it. And, but the fact of the matter is, it's like, he put those out there because he wanted them to be out there, but it's not initially what it was going to be. Like if Justice League 2 and 3 ever happen, it's not going to be what's on there, but there's going to be elements, of course, that we saw on there. And it's almost like just going like, hey, he's almost pitching publicly like, hey, Warner Brothers, look what we have here, or Warner Media.
Yeah.
It seems it's interesting to me in that, I think I certainly don't know what his process is or what his thinking is on any of this stuff. Like I said, it's way above my pay grade.
Are you crossing your fingers, Ray? Are you crossing your fingers when you say
I'd love it. I would love it. Are you kidding?
We all are.
Hell yeah, that'd be great.
Every one of us.
That'd be so fun. But I think that there's such an appreciation for the fandom and for their attention to the story and attention to the arc and attention to what might have been and also what is. I certainly don't think that it was anything as manipulative as like, hey, let me slip this in with the fans, because that's not who he is. But it does show you that there's more story there.
There is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one story plot that I know of that is going to make it in the through line. And
the Lois thing. You let that fucking shit go, man.
Honestly, I think at this point,
and Bruce getting it on and having a kid. I'm sorry, that's it. That's the only thing.
It's immaculate. It's immaculate, Garza.
Yeah. The immaculate conception.
Immaculate conception. Yes. And the three wise men come down in their boom tubes.
Correct. Exactly.
Frankincense, gold, and entropy.
Yes, the gospel right there.
That's right. And entropy.
Yes, frankincense, gold, and entropy. No, was this a cry havoc and let's slip the dogs of fandom? I don't know.
Well, I know that those boards were thought to have been destroyed. They were found and they were like, oh wow, we actually do have these. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Well, then guess what? Let's just go ahead and put them on display. Like they thought that they were destroyed, and so I feel like at the end of the day, you would the only reason why you would the only reason why you would not have the exhibit be open anymore would be because you're getting the attention that you're not wanting because you weren't wanting people to know about it.
No,
right?
I think that's a salient point. I think I think you make a solid point there.
But they are also under Warner Brothers, though. So they somebody had to have been like, yeah, no, that's okay. Like, yeah, go for it. Yeah, do it. Right?
I don't know.
I know. It's just
it's fascinating. I'd be interested to see what you guys come up with.
I just love the fact that Snyder was like, I had these boards and they were like in the ground and you hit like a button. Just,
yeah.
Well, James Bond, like
fucking A.
Oh
my God.
I could say that when Snyder didn't even question, like, oh yeah, how did those get out? Like how did they know? No, he was just like, yeah, all I could say is that was part 2, but things probably changed. Like, that was already set up. So in my head, I'm going, yeah, all right. Okay, I see what you did. Because, at the end of the day, for the last 3 years, what did we have that was showing proof that there was a Snyder quote unquote cut existing, right? It was the black and white photos of his cut from his, proverbial USB port, right, on his hard drive. He doesn't have a hard drive. Yeah,
there was his
he doesn't have a hard drive.
It exists. Yeah,
correct. That is these whiteboards are proof that guess what? There was a plan. This is how it was kind of going to go. And this is how it could go if you guys wanted to go ahead and champion for it. If you're just sitting there asking for it with Warner Brothers, because, you guys were asking about it. And guess what? We're getting it on HBO Max now. Like that's insane to think of. Like that's unprecedented. I don't think any fandom has ever been like, hey, just give us, something, like in general, like, You know, at the end of the day, they always make things for fans, and then fans congregate to it. But I think this is the first time I've ever seen anything going. Fans just literally congratulating everybody else, but also saying, "Fuck that other version. We don't want that. Give us the real version, and we're going to champion that version."
Well, yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. I mean, it's really the first time that a menu item has been sent back to the chef, isn't it?
I like that.
Shots.
And so that's impressive just in and of itself.
I mean, imagine telling the chef, "Hey, look, we didn't like this dish. Go ahead and make me a fucking, filet mignon. So bring that over here. Come on."
I ordered a filet mignon, and what I got was this. Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not. I'll let you guys come up with the dish. I don't want to get in trouble.
But the thing is that he's not speaking to fans. He's speaking to a movement. So a movement can make things happen, and that's what we've done so far. And we can continue make this thing continue, and that's why this stuff is out there. Like, listen, if we could have gotten this. Actually, I have something better in mind, but it's up to the movement to make it happen. That's what I gather from all of this.
Yeah.
Which is why I think the virtual premiere is specifically on the embargo release date, because 2016, when the reviews came out, they bombed that fucking thing. Here's the thing, like I get that people just have some disdain for somebody. Like, that's cool, but if you're gonna be a critic, criticize the film. Like, don't try to just go, well, I didn't like it because it wasn't this that I thought it was gonna be, or I didn't like it because it didn't match up to Marvel. Criticize the film. Like, don't talk about the film because I want to hear that. But they can't do that this time. There's all of us, every single one that has built this platform. We trump them 1,001. All the critics that want to come out and say, oh, this film is dour or there's no jokes in it. Everybody on the opposite side, all of us, are going to be like, it's the greatest fucking thing because it talks to us and it's an adult film. Like, we don't, you know what I mean? So I think that's a huge thing that we didn't have in 2016. So to kind of springboard onto this with this film, it's going to be a whole nother level, specifically with COVID. I mean,
I think
what did they show my cats?
I feel personally, and I may be wrong about this, but I feel personally that part of the reason why this movement became a movement as opposed to a fandom, why it gained such momentum and why it was able to wreak such change, has a lot to do with the conduct of the movement in and of itself. If everyone had just been a rabble, pitchforks outside the castle and throwing stones and shouting, that's easy to dispense with. People weren't, by and large. It was a reasoned, well thought out, critically thought out approach to it. Passionate, kind, excited, and all of that. There's so many positives about what this movement was that I really do think helped the cause in a great way. So my great hope is that should the movement decide to move another way, that those central sort of things are maintained, that there be a thought out approach, an intelligent response, kindness. So it isn't, you know what I mean? Because it's very easy to go, they're toxic.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're not. Any gathering of people has toxic elements.
Yep.
That's just the nature of the beast.
And critics are toxic.
But you could not be ignored because largely you weren't, and you aren't, and maintaining that, I think, is key. I believe, and I could be completely wrong. Somebody else may have a completely different read on this, but I do think that was a very key element in why it prevailed.
Well, and the fans were right also, and that's such a big, the fact that there was the kind of people putting their stakes in the ground on what existed and what didn't exist, and
the costs,
and but not just like what percent, like not even strictly like was VFX done or not, but the point is he had a completed edit. Obviously, within fans and outside of fans, there's disagreement over like, oh, what percentage done with the VFX, and that's water under the bridge. But the point is that the existence of an edit of the film meant everything, because if that stuff didn't exist to uncover and say, oh look, Darkseid was in it, and it's not just saying like, oh, we think Darkseid might have been in this under other circumstances. No, there's a storyboard, and we know Zack shoots everything in the storyboards. And then we go down the line a few months, we'll say, oh no, there's an actor cast. And then you go down the line in a few months, and you're like, oh, here's a set piece that has him on a mural with a description of the scene. And then, you know, and these things happen, and the evidence, you know, what the truth came out is what it was. And a lot of that was being dug up by the fans, and they knew. It's like with archaeology, how you don't know what's under the ground, but you do know, like, okay, that civilization was there, and this is how they behaved, and so you know where to dig. And you look at Zack's movies, and you know there's a missing piece here. This is not his movie would have Darkseid, so you look and you find Darkseid, or you say, oh, they would have this, and you look and you find concept art for that. And so the more of that comes out, and you say, look, we're not just crazy like conspiracy theorists saying we aren't pleased with the movie we got. We're saying, look, here's artifacts that prove there's an edit of the movie, that it was drastically different, that it was drastically better, that it wasn't just the Superman mouth mess up and all that stuff was not just a necessary evil because there was this unsalvageable thing. There's something else out there that this replaced for some reason. And the evidence spoke to itself, and eventually the voices saying there's nothing there couldn't say that anymore, because it was obvious there was something there. There was something there. Yeah. And then the more they learned about the story, they couldn't say, well, it wouldn't have been better, because how can you not say that Darkseid in this movie wouldn't have been a better?
Right.
How can you not say that like these other additions wouldn't have made it better? Yeah. And the thematic resonance these different components brought, you know, oh, Cyborg wasn't just a sidekick. He was the core of the story, and here's how we know that would have improved it, and the representation that brings, and all these different elements come together, and eventually it's like, how do you say no? How do you continue saying it doesn't exist? It wouldn't have been better. And like tenet by tenet, though, the opposition fell because it was not founded in truth, and here we are.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I was saying, like, when it comes to like the embargo getting released on the 15th and having the virtual premiere. I mean, I don't want to speak for all of us, but I feel like most of us got that invite, and if there's going to be anybody talking about the film in a positive light, you know, well, in a positive light,
I don't care.
Then,
hey, it's only 3 days. It's only 3 days.
No, it's only.
I didn't get 3 days. I'm
But
just only
at the
going
end
to
of the
say
day-
is that if it weren't for Steven or even you, Dave, I would not be here for this movement.
Well, thank you.
Because how
I
organized
appreciate that.
organized it was, I was one of those guys who was a denier in the beginning. If
it wasn't for COVID, I have like a big, huge party and be like, "Hey, let's come watch this thing. We'll all wear our, like I said, we'll wear our front, tuxedos, no back,
no back,
no pants, anything like that." Like
I would have flown anywhere.
I literally bought my clothes for this BVS Comes Home so that I could wear backless everything. You're welcome.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying though. Like, if it hadn't been for all of that, the critics could sit there and try to say whatever they want. Like, and I feel like, just because I feel like critics are insane anyways, I feel like the film's going to get it like in the teens on Rotten Tomatoes. Is anybody going to give a fuck? No, because guess what? We're all going to be talking about it. We're going to be putting out that positive like feedback so that everybody can go, this is what we need to hear, because the critics, for whatever fucking reason, they hate Zack. I don't get it, but they do, and it's obvious because.
But some of them are coming around and being like,
they might be coming around, but guess what? Not all of them. There's not enough.
There's still going to be some.
Because and I've said this before, BVS is not worse than Beverly Hills Chihuahua. Like that film has a 44% Rotten Tomato score, and it's still rotten, but it's 44%. That's almost double 27%, which is BVS, which is absolute bullshit. So for me to sit there and go, guess what? The embargo lifts on that 15th, and we all as fans that have been here that can spread the positivity, get to talk about it and kind of drown out that negativity, that's what I'm here for, and that's all I care about.
First of all, that Rotten Tomato system is very flawed. Second of all, I think I said this in our show that people have more sophisticated taste in movies nowadays. I think whether they like Marvel movies I think they have developed a new taste for a more grounded storyline. Like for instance, after the Joker came out, a lot of people were afraid of it because it was going to be violent, it was going to be this and that, but eventually became a juggernaut. I think the same thing is gonna happen with this movie. This is gonna be something that we never seen before, a different take on the superhero characters that nobody has done in this way that like Zack Snyder is gonna do, and I think that's gonna resonate with viewers, and I think they have grown to understand and develop a bigger taste for these different takes on these characters. I think we're gonna be good. I don't think it's gonna hit those low numbers in the Rotten Tomato, even though I don't care about that, but I don't think it's even gonna get to that. I think people have grown to a point where they look at things differently and they are more receptive to the idea of getting something different.
Yeah, but just to piggyback on that, it's not really going to matter whether the Rotten Tomato score is within the 20s or even within the 80s or 90s, which kind of like I hope it would be. But the fact of the matter is that this is going to be streaming. One of the aspects for people to actually go out to the theaters was, is it worth my money just to go into my car, get to the theater, and pay whatever amount it was for a ticket for a family? Let's say it's going to be like, $60, $80. So who knows? Now you're at home, so who gives three Fs about what the Rotten Tomato score is? You get to watch the movie at the comfort of your own home, so the numbers are going to be up. And we've been seeing that a lot with a lot of films that are coming out, whether it's through Netflix or even HBO Max and so forth. So this is like a huge benefit for us to actually push forward for this movie and for the future for the Snyderverse.
Yeah.
So we actually have like a good opportunity on our hands, regardless of the fact of what the critics say. Because who gives the 3 Ls? We know what we're following for.
I think you're right. I do think perception has shifted. I think that audiences are. I think that a lot of the sort of accepted methods of disseminating opinions about films has changed. Some of these critics are going to have to strive for a bit more relevance. Be a bit more on point with regard to their criticism, not go for low-hanging fruit just because they don't like a director or because it's easy to write a snark piece about someone that you don't like, but when you're in the minority of that and the vast paying majority is in favor of it, there's you got nothing. Well, against it. So also, I mean, so much of this feels like a love note to the fans, to the movement. Hallelujah, with the preview and these things that it's a relationship between a director, a storyteller, and his audience that doesn't get seen often, and it's pretty incredible. I'm just really happy to be a part of it and to sit and drink with you guys and talk about all this shit. It's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, how does it feel to kill Lois?
Good try. Good try.
It's funny talking about
good try.
2016 critical kind of evaluation, because what's so fascinating about that, to me, that's really why this whole thing happened, is because of Batman v Superman. Because you talk about
Batman versus Superman by the minute.
So I just wanted to we'll bring it up in a second. I
literally just wanted to drink.
But the movie.
No one's stopping you, Amanda.
It was the bell that it was the bell that could be unrung. That's what fans were like. They wanted the sequel to that movie, and they didn't get the sequel to that. But when the movie came out, the critical analysis came out, and there was this focus on, like, is it good or is it bad? And the critics would say, like, it's bad, and then the fans would yell back, no, it's good. And that's just was like a yelling match for like years. And that's why me and Andrew Dyke started doing like Batman v Superman by the minute and going through, and we said, there's your drink. Because we said, like, this, what didn't happen, what should have happened in 2016 is for people to say, what was the artist's intent? What's in this scene to communicate, meaning, and what does the symbolism mean, and what does this line in the script means, and what can we learn from this, and how does this reflect on what's happened before and what's going to happen next? That is what criticism is or should be, but that's not what it was. It was a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and that's all anybody cared about. And so what I'm excited about this time around now is there's an army of people who are ready to say, what does this mean? What can we learn from it? What does it tell us about the past? What does it tell us about the future?
We're informed on the context to be able to speak
and so in 2 weeks, that conversation is going to start, and it's not, and hopefully, and like this is to all fans, don't worry about is it good or is it bad. That's the most boring conversation you can have about any art.
It's a deeper dive this time around.
When it comes out, talk about what it means. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to
Do you want to get
others?
married?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Wow, I'm so happy to be here for this very precious moment.
Wow.
I feel very uncomfortable.
Well, I was going to say that, but yeah.
Gross. That's what I'll say.
That's what's so exciting about like where everyone has come since 2016 is now we're in a place where I think we're all ready to have to have that conversation about what does this represent and what does it mean to us and what does it mean to other people, instead of just like arguing about a Rotten Tomatoes score.
Right. I liked it. I didn't. Yeah. And so,
In a weird way, the pandemic has made it like more substantial. We're like, let's fucking argue about things of substance, not superficial bullshit.
But that's why Zack enjoys coming to our streams, because we can have this conversation where you take these deeper dives into this into all these characters, into the story, instead of having this conversation where like, oh hey, how long did it take you to shoot? Did you work out a lot?
What was the stunt like?
Yeah, exactly. What were the stunt like? So these stupid conversations, you get this repetitive minutia every time. But when you have this type of guys like us and gals that have this deeper dive in the subject matters, it's a whole lot. It's different, and I don't think. And to piggyback of what Steven said, I think this is how the movie is going to be reviewed. They're going to take a deeper dive. They're not going to give you a thumbs up, a thumbs down. They have to go deeper into what the movie means and what can entail further down the line.
It's going to be very interesting. I cannot wait to see the dissection of the film by people who really know.
We're going to dissect the shit.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait. And that's exciting.
Not to change the subject, but what are you most excited to see in Army of the Dead?
Oh man, that's just a cool movie. I can't.
Well, that's cool as shit. I want to see Dave Bautista dancing on some fucking tables. Just
wow, zombies on horseback.
He's running at the tables.
Yeah,
but to change the subject.
No, well, that's one thing. Is I gotta ask, because in that preview that I saw, that little sort of glimpse, was that a zombie horse running?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
It's a live horse.
Thank you.
No, you don't know that. You don't know that.
Let us dream.
No.
Let us dream. All right.
I'm gonna speak on behalf of somebody that cannot speak on this panel.
Shut up!
That's a live horse being ridden by an alpha zombie.
You lie.
Okay. Good to know.
Do not take his word. I've been doing. Listen, Ray. Do not take his word from it. I've been doing a show with him for 2 years.
Listen, I have been
told, so toxic.
Yeah, I have been told by somebody that cannot talk about that right now. Okay, and I'm not going to name names. I'm just saying that I've been told directly.
Good enough.
That is a zombie, an alpha zombie riding a horse.
Riding a horse, but it's a regular.
It's a regular horse. It's a regular horse.
It's not it's not Army of the Dead like Game of Thrones horse. Like that's a regular horse.
Right. Okay.
Because the horse isn't discriminative. Like it just, it's just being ridden. Like whatever.
Right.
You can't really say what?
A horse is a horse, of course.
Actually, you know what? No, I want to bring this up because I wanted to bring this up to Zach, and I tried getting Dave to answer or to ask the question because I read the title chapter to my daughter, and all I read was all the King's Horsemen, and she went and all the King's men,
King's horses,
and she went into it, and I went, how did you even know what that was? Like I don't even know what that is.
Humpty
Dumpty.
Dumpty.
She was like, yeah, it's Humpty Dumpty. Yeah. And I went, so what do you think the chapter means? She goes, well, somebody's not getting put together. So I was like, I mean, nice. What did you think of the chapters? Because I know darkness, something darker.
I loved it. Yeah, something darker. I was like, hello. I thought it was again, I'm sorry. Everything that I see that gets dropped, I'm just like,
same, us too.
Yeah, I mean, never mind. And again, never mind my personal stake in it. I've been kind of swept up by this. You guys have sort of infected me, and so I get all excited about this stuff too, sort of secondarily removed from it, and then I go, oh yeah, I'm in it. It's just exciting. I mean, in a weird way, I was talking about this with someone recently. They were like, aren't you glad that it actually fell out the way that it did?
Ooh.
And I actually am, because let's say the story as it should be told was released. And those who are accustomed to going, no, I don't like it. If they'd said something through the course of this thing being messed with and squashed and all of this other stuff, a bunch of people found their voice and changed the game. I mean, I've certainly thought about the idea of, like, let's say, the movie had come out and people be like, who the fuck is that? Darkseid? Who's that? I don't like it. Let's watch Cops. My cousin's on it. Sorry. But anyway, in a way, this has, how do I put this? It has spread out the joy. Over these years, as little snippets get dropped and people parse it all out and come to a conclusion or come to an analysis or discuss it, or react to it or whatever, they're so happy. And the next thing comes and people are excited and they're happy. And then the next thing, and it's previews and little snippets and things like that. It has spread the joy of, you can either have it all, compressed down to a certain amount of time in the original release, and that's it, or whatever, or you can like celebrate for years, basically.
Yeah.
And at the end, have this glorious 4-hour-long thing. So for me, the real joy has been seeing the happiness that it's brought to so many people. Just getting there.
Yes. Well, I was going to say that even if the 214 came out, that wouldn't have been the version. That wouldn't have, like, who knows if that would have featured your Darkseid version. Like,
might not have.
That would have been,
or it would have been severely truncated or whatever.
Yeah. That would have been okay. We would have gotten a theatrical cut worth of like maybe 2.5 hours. Okay, great. We get this director's cut that's still 3.5 hours, but it still features a different version of Steppenwolf that he didn't want. And it obviously takes apart things that he didn't want in the original film.
So in a weird way, as painful at times as the process was, I think this is a far better outcome.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah. Really sustenance of joy rather than a feast. But we get a feast at the end.
We do, and we don't have to send it back.
We're all eating pretty well. We're all eating pretty well.
Oh my God! So, you want to talk about eating well? Jesus, you should see me after quarantine. Good go.
I know.
Give me some helium. I'm ready to do Macy's. parade.
We're ready for a Ray Porter balloon right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my level best to be a little less.
Well, but also that also speaks volumes of Zack's genius, and it is something that we've all talked about. That during the production, Zack was shooting basically his version, and he was kind of going, all right, well, I know that the studio wants this version, so I'll shoot it this way, and then I'm going to shoot it my way. So the fact that he was able to actually shoot his version. So imagine he shot a studio version for 3.5 hours, and he went, yeah, but I also have 4 hours of my own cut.
Yeah.
That's 7 hours of film that he has. That's just like, okay.
We were in England for a long time.
I bet you were.
I can tell you that. Yeah. We were in England for a long time. Weirdly, some of my stuff actually shot in LA, so I got to do the first class British Airways from London to LAX.
Nice.
Which is delicious.
Thank you, Deborah.
Huh? What?
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Everything.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Deborah. Jesus, that's a long list. If I'm going to say thank you, Deborah, that's a long list of things to be grateful for.
Yeah.
It was a long shooting process. I mean, even before I was officially, the dude. Which was kind of towards the end of things, actually. But I was there for a good long time before that, because at the time I was married to someone connected with the production.
Oh. I was gonna say, how long ago? Like, how long were you Darkseid on the role?
I wasn't very clever. No, I wasn't. I was there for a lot longer prior to me being cast in the role.
Right.
I was there for a goodly amount of time, and then I was cast in the role, and then So, did I get out of that one easily?
Well, when did you? Jeez. Do you have a specific date and time, or
I don't remember the actual date. It's funny. There was a lot going on in my life at the time, and so it's all kind of very confused.
Mm-hmm.
I remember vividly, shooting this stuff, but there was stuff happening in my life that distracted me from, this is the day that I did this, or this is the day that I did this, and it was also spread out. I mean, I did a little of this, and then there was more in London, and then there was a little bit over here and a little bit over here, and it was very sort of periodic.
It sounds like a lot more than 5 minutes. All I'm saying. So
I hope it is, but it might not be. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, the story is going to get told in the best way that it possibly can, and if that only requires 3 or 4 minutes of Darkseid, well, great. If it requires more, yay.
Yeah, but that throne.
We love you, Ray.
You're literally in the middle of the throne room. Like,
that's a long walk in that chair.
It's a long walk, and we know Zack likes it.
And I got to work it because it's a runway.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's like at least 2 minutes right there.
Because I'm fabulous. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm too sexy for my armor. Yeah.
I'm too sexy for this earth. Too sexy for this earth. I am a god by birth. No. Horrific. I do want to imagine the apocalypse fall fashion runway show.
Yes. Oh, fall fashion. Thank you, Ray. Fall is always the best season for fashion.
Fall fashion. Absolutely.
Hey, by the way, when you're in that cathedral, and we see from behind the shot, who are you looking outside? Like, there's somebody floating outside.
Yeah. Do you remember the sun in Teletubbies?
No. There's a flying beam. There's a small flying beam.
That's the secret camera.
It all makes sense.
Teletubby?
It all makes
I
sense.
don't. I do not know.
No. You don't even have to. You don't even have to answer the question. The fact that you just said you don't know means that is somebody. So that's all I'm good for.
Okay. All right. You are far more. I don't ever want you investigating me, dude.
All I'm saying is we just got confirmation. Dave, where's the drop, dude?
What for exclusive?
Confirmation? What?
Confirmation.
For what?
Oh, right here.
Exclusivo.
For what?
There's somebody flying.
I can neither. There is.
Yeah, you just said you don't know who that is.
No, because I didn't even know there was.
It's the
I didn't know there was
Teletubby
somebody
son.
flying, dude.
Yeah, and you said
Wait. Nobody said anything about anybody flying,
There's a
though.
little black dot in the sky that. Could
Yeah,
be
nobody said. The thing is that nobody said anything about anybody flying.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, Garza. He's just a
dick.
No.
That's me.
Sorry, I had to drop.
Wow.
I was waiting to drop that.
No,
one.
I remember. I know you heard. I heard you when you said you specifically got that drop from me. It's okay.
Yeah.
'Cause that just means that you were thinking about me. So
Exactly.
I thought that
Um,
Doctor was
about you.
a motherfucker.
yeah. I know that junkie drop, man. Damn. Like,
So you're
no,
talking.
Ray, I'm just.
Are you looking at the picture, Ray?
Yeah. So you're talking about that image, right?
I didn't even have to say anything. Yes, there's somebody flying in there. You should know.
There's
You were looking at him.
flying.
You
All right,
zoom
I'm
all the
zooming
way
in.
in. Yeah.
You ought to know. You were
Very
looking at him.
top.
Nah,
Come on, Ray.
he delivered a couple of lines. I don't think he's giving full
They're
context.
claiming your
I know.
focal point determines that there must be someone who is airborne. Like
Yes,
that.
I get the insinuation, and I can see.
Let me
I can-
spell it out more.
Yes.
I see
Look at
that.
that. I don't even have to point it out. The fact that he
looks-
knows.
What do you mean you didn't have to point it out? It said to zoom in 3 times to find it. You didn't have to point it out. Jesus,
wanted
Magella,
Right,
you're
just
like,
say it's
no.
Ray.
What are you talking about? I have no idea, dude. That is an unidentified flying object. I have no clue what the hell that is?
Do those exist
Hey,
in Apocalypse?
But, hey,
Excuse me,
guess
Darkseid
what?
confirms UFOs are real. No, let me look. I don't.
Hey,
I have
he
no
didn't- he
clue.
didn't say no.
It's
Cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
I always love that he's wearing a Pablo Cruz.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that doesn't even look like a person. That's just like a
A dot.
dot.
Almost like a flying super being, maybe.
It's not though.
Like it could be like a super being that's like not Superman, but like what's her name?
It also could be a bad round of frisbee golf, dude. I have no idea. I don't know. I really don't know.
It's actually Garza, you guys.
Yeah.
This is him letting you know that
It's
he's
you.
I just wanted you to see me. That's all.
I see you, man. I want you to feel seen. It took me forever to realize until somebody else pointed out that Darkseid has banners and stained glass windows of himself in the room. It's like,
How dramatic.
wow,
Oh,
dude.
again, it's Snyder just like getting those details that it's like, hey, you know what? There's ranks here. There's like, there's families here that are like, hey,
houses.
How does it feel to have a legion? Literally a legion underneath you, dude.
I know, it's pretty cool. I prefer to think of it in terms of Darkseid went on Twitter and saw some really cool artists and he bought art from them and put it on his walls, just like I do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Although got to do something about the porch because wow.
Yeah.
It's still wide open.
Maybe he's going back because the ribs are ready.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, why is he?
Those columns of fire.
This is Backdraft 2.
Wow. Can you imagine?
I mean, they got to be doing
producer of Batman versus Superman.
Well, they got to be doing some dramatic because all of them are like Granny Goodness and Desaad. They all are in sync when they take their step to look forward. So I feel like y'all are halfway in that cathedral. Like where y'all going, man? Can you tell us?
Yes, he can tell us totally.
We're going to
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up my frisbee that I threw. It was a bad throw. Over the fire.
I thought you said you were going to go pick your kid up, and I was like, wait.
I'm going to pick my kid up. Yes.
Yeah. If he said that,
Orion or Grail.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
You just said it.
No, but I didn't. I have no recollection of this, Senator.
Yeah.
Wrong! No, listen. I will tell you this. I do know what is happening in that shot, and I am not going to say anything else. But I will say this. Much respect. I like you. Your theories thus far are incorrect.
Hard fact.
I haven't had any theories. All I said was somebody was flying up there.
Yeah.
Of course.
That's a theory.
Is that a theory?
You can't see what it is in the black.
It was actually more a hypothesis, which I believe was shot down. I don't think that's no, I don't know, dude. I have no idea.
Say it in the Darkseid voice for you to hear it.
Yeah.
He might have to.
He's
looking at more pictures.
No, I'm going back and looking at the photo. I don't know what it is.
If Darkseid himself can't say no, then dude,
Oh.
I'm gonna say no.
It could be a maybe. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I don't know. Like that's what people. I didn't even fucking notice it. Like everybody was like, "Hey, did you see that floating thing?" And I was
No, I don't. I mean, honestly, I'm so out of the loop. I thought that was me, and I believe that's odd. Look, I'm dripping fire. Oh, good. And I'm like, no, that's not you. Just let somebody else play ball for a minute, dude. Jesus.
That's Peter. That's Peter Guinness. You know?
I must say, I do love this. I have been saving photos that people do, the like CGI things.
Yeah.
That was something somebody posted on Twitter. I was like, that's cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, the art is pretty amazing.
Are you going to get a Darkseid throne in your house?
Love that one. Yes, I probably should. Although that takes up some serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I know you're not. You're like still. You're getting older, right? So that means you can ask for certain things. You could ask to get a throne in your dad's house.
There's a few things that I've learned tonight. One is that a couple of beers and y'all motherfuckers are nasty.
Yes.
Kidding.
Yes.
Just kidding.
Oh man,
I
gotta
did
stand up now.
It's a vodka stream. That's.
It is.
I mean, ask me last night.
In the name.
Meg.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Not even there.
I'm gonna need several of those.
Oh yeah, same.
I need that.
Yep. We all need them. Perched up right here.
Now, all right, Garza.
Yeah.
I want to this is a for realsies question, and I want to put your forensic and slightly drunk mind to the test.
And I appreciate that because you didn't even have to look at my name. You just went Garza, and you just remembered it.
Right? This whole McFarlane figure thing. Okay, so this picture comes out, right? The first one I saw was when Meg posted it, and I was like, "Oh, where did you? Oh my God!" And she said it's all over the place. It's on the stream. I went looking online, and I saw one person saying, "Oh, it's a fake." I went to another place, and there's a couple of stores that say that they're coming, but they're not going to be released for a while. And then I just heard on like some YouTube video that McFarlane pulled this image offline, or that he had contacted people and said, take it off. And that was confirmed again. So is that real? What do you think?
Meg told me it was real. And so I believe Meg. If Meg told me it was real.
Honestly, that's the best default in any circumstance.
I know.
The image is real.
Told me it was real.
It's real, yeah.
No.
Meg
right. The image the figure is real.
So the figure is real.
Absolutely.
That's the
template.
It's just literally.
Playmaker who was asked to take it down.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
well,
if it wasn't
damn
real,
good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't want to show the actual image on the stream.
Oh God, I just did.
Well, no.
You don't know.
But it was.
Yeah,
It'll be okay. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. No, but I'm talking about. I was gonna show do the whole share screen thing and show it in its all in its full Monty. Yeah. Why did I say full Monty?
I don't know.
Darkseid is.
A few drinks, Minion, we get filthy.
Don't want to know what you do with your action figures.
I'm just saying, I take off the armor and
Again,
Still.
He has started collecting Funkos in the last 6 months.
Some things are best left silent. That was putting the B back in subtle, my friend. So, yeah. So, I mean, I think it's really beautiful. It's really well done.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, McFarlane toys are great.
Yeah, I mean, they are great, but this one looks like really articulable.
Mm-hmm.
That's a word. It looks super cool.
How does that feel though? Like, I mean, just
dude, you have no idea. I mean, I've been feeling like this for a while. When DC came out with their official shirts, I was like,
"Oh God, man!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!"
It was crazy that the fact they're like, "Hey, let's go full on Darkseid like right away, like right off the bat." It's like
I was surprised by that. I was like, "Wow!" And then they sent me some, which I thought was very nice, and then I bought more. But yeah, and then there was another Darkseid shirt that came out with this thing on the front. Wow. So then the Funko comes out, and I'm like freaking out. And then this image drops, and you don't know what it means. I mean, there are actor friends of mine going way back, back to the days of Steam. No, but they're friends of mine from really early in my career where I was like, they were like, "Oh, I want to do this and I want to do that," and I'm doing Shakespeare 6 days a week, different plays and all of this stuff, and I'm like, I want to be able to go to Comic-Cons and be an action. That's what I want.
Yeah.
So for this to happen, I mean, without getting all like teary-eyed, it's huge and means the world to me. So
what's actually brilliant, and actually I didn't think about it until you were actually talking about it like about 20 minutes ago, but I mean, just think about it, right? Like if this had happened earlier, 2017, right? Yeah. Everybody would be comparing it literally to Thanos, right? They'd be talking about Thanos.
Yeah.
I have never, ever, in like the past, couple of weeks, nobody's ever been like, oh yeah, but what does he look like compared to Thanos? What is it compared to Thanos? It's literally just Darkseid. Mm-hmm. There is no comparison.
I've seen a couple of things, but I think also, honestly, it's such different gravy. I mean, it really,
because Thanos it's done with. Like that's Endgame is over. There is no more. Thanos isn't happening anymore. Like there is no more like where MCU can go. Yeah, but Thanos, this no. Like this is Darkseid. That's it. Yeah. There is no more. Oh well, what about Thanos? It's like almost it's like Providence. Like truthfully, like there is no comparison now because he's gone.
The way that it worked out is the way it worked out, and it's pretty amazing, truly. But I mean the Funkos and the T-shirts and all of that stuff means a lot to me on a really, really deep level. I know that probably sounds silly, but it just does. I remember when I was in college, the guy who lived in the dorm room right next to me, his dad is Patrick Stewart. And Patrick Stewart.
Oh my gosh!
and Patrick Stewart came and taught Shakespeare at our school for a couple of classes, which was amazing. And then his son came to school, and this was in the time because when I first met Patrick Stewart, he was driving a green Honda, and the next time I saw Patrick, he was driving a green Jaguar because Star Trek had started.
Nice.
And I remember going into my friend's room. And scotch taped to his dorm fridge was an action figure of his dad.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
And I just remember thinking, like, God. First, I had really funny thoughts about an action figure of my own dad, which was But also just like, oh my God, that would be so cool, you know? And it resonates very deeply with me for a lot of other reasons. And yeah, it's huge. It's huge.
Crazy, man.
It's really cool.
Well, all of us are gonna like buy at least 3 of them, right, guys? We're gonna.
I'm buying at least 3. Yeah.
Yes.
I probably won't autograph mine.
Oh,
but if I send them to you, though,
weird.
I could send them to you, though, right? Like you could.
Yeah, you can. No.
Yeah.
Unless they have a con here in Austin, absolutely. You know what I mean? Then I'll bring it to you.
I want cons to happen, man. I want cons to Snyder people.
Go back.
What? What, Amanda?
What?
She's laughing because I said you'll do one for every theory he gets right.
Damn!
I love the fact that she couldn't repeat it because she's laughing.
Damn!
First off, fuck that. I've only got one con, okay? Get the fuck out of here, okay? That wasn't even mine, okay? I was just suggesting it.
Oh my God. I want to go on a long drive with all of you people. Just know
Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
And 2,
you waited. You waited for the
absolutely.
Oh my God.
He did.
Hey,
brilliant.
Green Lantern, though. Hey, how does it feel, Ray?
What?
Green Lantern.
What about him?
What was it like meeting him?
I didn't.
I know, because you tore up the core. That we already know. It was in the boards or whatever.
Why'd you ask?
I just wanted to hear from you.
He just wants to know if somebody's Green Lantern. That's all.
Oh man.
Do you know what's great about? By the way,
So fun to watch Garza.
this is not an endorsement for Lego.
Ray is a puppeteer.
This
and
is not
Garza
an endorsement for Lego, although I love Lego. But the Darkseid Lego figure is brilliant for holding USB cords.
There it is.
Perfect.
I mean,
Just
I
so
had
you
a
know,
Batman like that once that could hold it was in my headphones, but yeah.
he would hold up your headphones or the
Yeah,
cord.
it got stolen, but whatever.
Who would steal a Batman?
A little kid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
No,
and I couldn't accuse him, even though I knew it was him, because what am I gonna say? Am I gonna beat up a kid or what? You know, like
You could probably take him.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you see this shit? Yes, I could take him. No, yeah, that's a thorny one.
yeah, it didn't work out the way I thought it would, but yeah, I
sorry to hear
don't have it anymore, so whatever. I have a picture of it though.
eBay.
It was right around the Dark Knight, when the Dark Knight came out in 2008. I took
Okay.
a picture of it, and I was like, Batman was holding up my headphones and my tickets, and
Nice.
it was good times, man. You know, good times, man.
A lot of good times. More good
Not
By
times.
the way, yeah,
Not
what
the
was it
caddy
like,
we need, the one we deserve. Sorry.
Thank you. Good job, Ray.
Absolutely,
Nice.
yeah. No, I was gonna say, what was it like when you learned about the Riddler being in the Batman? You know,
That was
going
great.
Meaning, I learned about it. I got to stop taping. I learned about it from the boards that I read yesterday online. At that point, honestly, I mean, I got to say, after the shock of the Joker in the last preview, I'm pretty much open for anything. It's like, great, he's in it too. Cool.
Well, the fact of like the details in the Riddler, he goes, "Oh yeah, I cracked the anti-life equation." He was so smart that he figured it out, and I was like, "Oh, that's why he's in there." Holy shit!
Well, not only that, but like it drove him insane, and he killed himself because of it. Like,
yeah. That would drive any human insane. Only who's gonna fuck a human being could not, you know.
Well, but and like Lex did that on purpose because he knew that once the Riddler was aware of it,
He will break him.
And then that's how brilliant Lex is. I mean, it's insane.
Well, not only that, but how brilliant the Injustice was set. Like, dude, they were set up. Maru was set up to kill the Amazons.
Yeah.
All of these things were set up so that Ray Porter could literally wipe out Earth with Superman, and Superman literally crushes the league. Like, dude, that's, you know, it's fucking insane. Like, I mean, obviously you had to have known some of those parts without the whiteboard where his story was going.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm still on the whole fact that those boards were like.
I cannot for the life of me believe that Zack was like, yeah, so I just need you for a cameo, like a couple of lines, and that's it.
No, that was more a shake of not necessarily that I don't know, but that I'm just not gonna.
Oh, okay. All right, I get it.
I have very important, relevant questions.
All right.
I'd like to know about your hair care routine, please.
Okay. It's all over the counter, CVS, basic shampoo, Aussie moist conditioner.
Curious.
And then I do an argan oil leave-in conditioner that when my hair's wet, I spray it in and then just kind of crumple the hair and let it be.
You do a scrunch.
Okay. I did do a little braid for you guys tonight.
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
You're a Padawan. I see.
Well, Viking, but yes.
Oh man,
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. That's okay. Me and my fellow Norse travelers are going to go and conquer the fridge in a little bit. Going to invade the shores of the land of kitchen.
Yes. Oh man, it's so good.
Maybe I'll play some Wardruna. Oh, going way back to like bands and stuff like that. Do you guys know Wardruna?
Wardruna, it sounds familiar.
Wardruna is really fun. And then Heilung. Heilung.
Okay.
Give them a listen.
Yep. Okay.
It'll make you want to go out and smite something.
It's yeah. Look it up, Garza. I mean, yes. Go out and smite. How do you spell that?
Heilung, Heilung.
I had to repeat it 15 times just to write it down.
Heilung. Operators are standing by. Heilung.
I think I've heard of this.
Wow.
We're calling you about your warranty. Heilung.
Nobody gets that joke because nobody gets those phone calls. But yeah,
I do
right?
every.
I know.
Oh, I get phone calls about my warranty like expiring.
No, it's about your car, like whatever car you got. It's out of
yes, and I also love that the iPhone now just goes scam likely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, my phone, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's how it should be.
My Android does that too.
Oh my God, we have been on here for 4 hours and 21 minutes.
Now, can I just ask the main important question?
Pretty good. Sorry, I just looked them up. Sorry, I was like,
oh, okay. I was like,
oh, okay.
What are you he told me to look it up. I looked it up. Sounds awesome.
Yeah, but I didn't think you were gonna put. Okay, my fault. Now, so I would ask this.
Yeah.
So, I guess even before the teaser trailer and all that stuff, did you really think that Darkseid was going to be that like forefront in the trailers?
No,
you know, in the teasers and all that.
No. I never imagined that, but I never imagined the shirts and everything else. It's all like, oh my God, this is incredible. So no, I certainly didn't. I was very happy and excited to see it, but no, I didn't imagine that. I was surprised hearing my voice yesterday.
Okay.
So
you haven't even heard a sample like, hey, this is what I sound like.
I've heard a sample for sure, but I was just surprised to see it, in a teaser, because I was wondering, because people have been asking for a very long time about the voice. And you get a little tired of saying no, but I just didn't feel that it was fair to do that. I didn't want to like spoiler whatever. And so, it was in there. It was like, oh, that's so great. It reminded me of right after Zack did the watch party and then revealed that there would in fact be a Snyder cut on HBO Max on that stream. I texted him immediately afterwards and was like, dude, congratulations. Can I come out of the closet as Darkseid now? Yeah. So that was when I tweeted, hi, I'm Ray. I played Darkseid in Zack Snyder's.
Right.
It was out. It was kind of a relief that it was out there because it was like, okay, good. People aren't going to be asking me, followed by 50,000 tweets going, "Is that you?"
Well, you know what's funny about that, and I don't mean to. I'm not talking down on anybody that was involved with the production, but it's funny that you would sit there and be so adamant about being at least proud that you're Darkseid, because at one point there was, somebody that was involved in the production that was kind of toying with the idea that he was in fact Hal Jordan as Green Lantern, and he was doing so before the announcement of the Snyder Cut. And then once the Snyder Cut got announced, it got announced, and all of a sudden he just went silent.
Who was that? I can't remember.
Yeah, he was a military police. His name was Sam Benjamin, is what his name was.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's weird. It was funny because he was going at it like he was Green Lantern, like he was Hal Jordan.
And, I do remember there was
leaning into it. Yes,
there was a really big dude who came on Twitter and was like tweeting to Zach, going, "I'm available to play Darkseid."
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Hey, tell me what his ad is, and I'll.
No, I don't remember. I don't remember. I just remember looking at him, going, "He could kick my ass," but. But I was a little like, well, okay. Somebody said it's already taken, dude. And
this guy definitely, this one is not that. So
I vaguely remember. I have to say, there's been a lot of, without going into detail, but there's been a fairly liberal exercising of the mute button on Twitter.
A
couple of things
that's going to happen
just because it doesn't really help matters. I'm really all about the constructiveness and the positivity and the kindness that is so present in general in the movement. So any of the other stuff, I'm just like, I don't even need to hear it.
Yeah.
No.
It's just funny though, because, like hearing your passion of going, I just want to say that I'm Darkseid, for somebody to be, like, almost pretending that there's somebody that they're not in the film, and then now all of a sudden the film's coming out and they're going, "Oh shit!" Like I can only imagine what that'd be like. Like imagine, somebody coming out before you were announced saying, "Oh yeah, I'm Darkseid in the film," and they were just saying that because guess what? They didn't think the film was going to come out. All of a sudden, the film comes out.
It's got to be kind of great. Yeah.
Well, I certainly wasn't gonna do anything like that without permission.
Right.
But also, I've been doing the Hollywood thing for a while now, and I've been in TV productions and films and things like that where I had a much bigger part and it was cut for various reasons. And the embarrassment of the initial, telling all of your friends thing, and then you're not in it is a little like, case in point, Almost Famous. I had a substantial role in the film, and was there for a really, really long time. And when the film came out, Cameron had 5 hours of movie, and he was going to obviously cut it down. And one of the things that got cut down was me. So you can see me in it, but it's not much more than that. And I just remember that the shame that I felt, of people going like, "Yeah, I didn't see you." It's like, that's embarrassing. So I was also obviously very cautious about that, but I sure as hell was not going to come out and say, I played this role until I had permission.
Right.
And that had to come from.
I love seeing you in Argo, by the way, because it was like, oh shit, because I hadn't seen it. Like I watched it for the first time a few months ago.
That was fun. That was a fun movie. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that was fun. Argo. Yeah, that was a
blast. Right, Ben, you have to go, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna probably wrap this up. We're going.
We probably should. It's been almost 5 hours.
Yeah. You know what? We probably should wrap this up.
We're testing ourselves.
We've now run longer than the Justice League.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's what we set out to do, Ray. We're gonna go longer than Zack Snyder's Justice League, right?
Dear
there.
God, if anybody is still watching, what is wrong?
There's still 600, like almost 700.
Are there really?
Oh my gosh.
673 people are still watching, Ray.
Good God, just sitting and listening to me talk a load of old shit for this
They're
man.
listening to you. They're listening to you say no to my theories, is what they're
exactly.
listening to.
Pretty much.
They're loving the fact that Garza is wrong.
That's the first time in like how many times? Let's be real.
Well, I just love the fact that
Water. Wet.
I just love knowing that clip is now going to be going around Twitter, Garza, of Ray being like, "Yeah, man, that's a hypothesis, I guess."
Yeah,
I didn't mean it in a disrespectful way.
No.
Well,
of course,
In Darkseid Divorce.
I would never take it. I would never take it personal. Like I would, whatever. Like I gotta be like, yeah, motherfucker, I can't believe it.
I would appreciate if you say "fuck Garza" and Darkseid voice.
Not gonna happen.
Yes.
I would too.
The Darkseid voice.
Not gonna happen.
Please.
Not gonna happen.
Oh my God! Even
Promo,
Alex
man.
is like, please do it.
Not gonna happen.
I pancake mix on the corner.
I do want someone like an audiobook company or something to produce Darkseid doing Goodnight Moon as a tie-in. But
How about everybody poops?
Fitz did. No. For those of you watching at home, no.
Oh man!
Yikes!
All right.
What a pleasure to hang out with you all.
I know it was. Hey, you know what, Ray? You've been awesome tonight, man. I mean,
Thank
you
We've
have.
had an incredible night. The fact that Snyder showed up, I'm glad that he did because
Dude, you
I know
blew
he
me away with that.
wanted to show up with Junkee, but he was like he couldn't. And then it was like, then tonight, all of a sudden he hit me up. He goes, "Hey, you on with Ray?" And I was like, "Oh shit!" I'm like, "Yes," and there it is. And I was like, "Fuck yeah!"
You blew me away with that. You really did. That was a really special thing. Thank you.
No problem, man. I mean, that was truly awesome. Everybody enjoyed it. They're like, "Holy shit!" I mean, Twitter like blew up. I saw screenshots or like, Zack Snyder and Ray Porter and Dark. Of course, they said, you're gonna have a ton of tweets, just like showing screenshots and shit.
Oh no, my inbox.
Yeah. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be just warning you right now. But we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up, and we'll go ahead go around the horn and everybody plug themselves. Ray, like I said, thank you for joining again.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, well, definitely we'll have you again because this was just a lot of fun, man.
Yeah,
a lot of fun. And go ahead and plug yourself right now.
Hi, I'm Ray. I narrate audiobooks and sometimes am this person.
Yes.
And a real pleasure. And for people who are still watching, thank you, not only for sitting here for this many hours, but thank you for being a part of a very positive movement that has affected real change in people's lives. And obviously has done a lot for me. I'm eternally grateful and very humble about it. And it is a privilege.
Okay. So, now say all that again in the Darkseid voice. Go.
No.
No, we got enough Darkseid voice and we appreciate that. All right, Meg.
Hi, I'm Meg. I don't voice Darkseid, but you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Vero as Wonder Meg.
There you go. You should be voicing more things. I'm just saying.
Yeah, good voice.
Of course, yes.
Thank
Ben.
You can find me with this guy here every Wednesday at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and every Sunday at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time on the Real Anarchy channel in our Real Emotion podcast. That's it.
Okay. All right, Garza.
Oh, Dick.
Such a perfect drop. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It is.
Listen, I'm so proud that when I first joined, Ray had to put his glasses on to see what my name was. And that by the end of it, he was just like Garza. And
Hope
so
you
I
can forgive me for that.
Right. No, absolutely. I'm okay with it because all that means is that's character development. That means that you went, who is this fucking guy? And it made me feel good. And it's
just wanted to learn your name and say
yeah,
it correct.
right, exactly. And so it's like, okay, finally, good. I'm recognized now. Like I feel good. I feel great. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody that's watching. And obviously, you can find me with Ben over here on Real Emotion and Real Anarchy. But yeah, man. Also, you can watch. I don't know if you remember me tagging you in it, but I was the one that created the War Pigs trailer,
which I loved.
Yeah,
which I absolutely loved.
It worked well.
Yeah, when the Justice League, when the film comes out, I have all these ideas for all these trailers, and I'm like, ugh, I can't wait for us to get all these dialogue lines of Terry.
That'll be super cool. Your daughter is a rock star, and
I will tell her. I will tell her Darkseid said that.
Clip that out.
She's got my respect. Keep reading.
Yeah, dude. Narrate her books that she reads. Her series are it's called Wings of Fire. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it. It's like some dragon type tale or something. I don't know. It's like 14 books in.
Is it the Christopher Paolini stuff? No.
Okay. I forgot what the name of it. It's a female writer, but
okay.
I like the book just came out 3 days ago. She sends me a text. Hey, Dad, book number 14 just came out, and I was like, you only fucking text me or call me whenever you need something. But all right, fine, whatever.
It's nothing like kids.
I get it for her, and then I bring it to her. And I'm like, hey, real quick, I brought it to her at 9 p.m. Keep in mind, 9 p.m. I'm like, hey, just don't read it. She was like, all right, fine. I get a text at 12:33 in the midnight. Obviously, she's like, I couldn't help myself. I was like, are you kidding me, dude? She's like, yeah, it's been 2.5 hours. Done.
I have much respect for a voracious reader.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, and keep in mind again, she's dyslexic, so she knows that her reading this book, it's gonna make her tired. It obviously is gonna overwork her mind, but she's like, I don't care. It's just worth it. So
that's what I mean when I say she's a rock star.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. I will let her know. Thank you very much, Mr. Darkseid, for your shirt. I wore it, which I wasn't planning on wearing it. So
very pleased.
You're doing good things with your daughter. Definitely raising her right. All right, we got Stephen Colbert and Joey Marino.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me at SM Colbert. You can find my writing at Screen Rant, or listen to me and Andrew Dice break down Batman v Superman 1 minute at a time on the BVS by the Minute podcast. And soon we will break down all 4 hours of Justice League over the course of a long time.
This could be the next 12 years.
On the Justice League by the Minute podcast.
So cool.
And then Amanda had a couple of drinks and decided to take a shower.
Like you do.
So, but you can find her on Twitter at
literally.
You can find her on Twitter at Pie Sugar Pie, with the E's are replaced with 3's.
And I'm Joey Marino. You can find me on Twitter at JoeBear94. I'm also on World's Finest with Meg out there.
Yay.
Yay. All right, then we got Alex.
Hey, I'm Alex. You can find me at Geek Lograd. You can ask me any legal questions. Also, I may have screwed the pooch on what happened with the storyboards. Apparently, it was actually closed to the public. It should be open soon. But then, other than that, I think I can do a pretty good Golem voice for a reporter.
Yes.
It is right there. All right. All right. And then you guys know what to do. Subscribe to the channel, Film Junkee, and hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff. And of course, hit the join button if you want to become a member. And then there's Patreon. There's there's merchandise down below. Want to get a shirt,
merch.
Merch. Everybody else wore Ray Porter on their, but I wore myself on my chest today because
well done.
Yeah, right. I mean,
you gotta promote yourself.
You got to promote. Yeah, totally. And then
I have a Taylor guitar.
Yeah, you have a Taylor. Yeah, you can get that. You can get that shirt probably somewhere like Guitar Center, maybe, or somewhere. I don't know where you.
Guitar Center. Sorry, I had to do it.
Say it in the Darkseid voice.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm doing it in the Guitar Center voice.
Oh man, I keep trying to get him to say stuff in the Darkseid voice, man.
I know.
And of course, thank you to Zack Snyder for dropping by, man. That was awesome.
Amazing.
Yes, that was awesome for him to drop by and just talk to us for a little bit. And we love you guys as much as we do. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. This was one for the books. And cheers, right there. Raise your glasses, and we'll talk to you later.